Welcome! Alright, timer ticking down. Canister, whatever you do this 24-hour stream, don't play Heroes of Might and Magic free. I'm serious, don't do it. I will be really upset. Chat, please copy paste this so Canister knows not to play Heroes of Might and Magic free. Alright, I think I can help you out with that. I guess I'll keep. Should I turn one Saga? Though. I probably will play Plume Adventure on turn 2. I don't necessarily need the Saga. Like, maybe the contracts are gonna be good. Błeczko. So I think, oh wow. This is also my colored source, the Tundra. Play Home 5. I actually liked Home 5 when it was new. Because I liked Heroes of Might and Magic 3 a lot, and then 5 was like free. And I thought it was a bit snobbish of like all those people saying, oh yeah, 5 is so bad, only free, only free. 4 was like an entirely different game. I also haven't played it, so I don't actually know. Bułka, no kurwa, o co ci chodzi? Czemu mnie gryziesz? Bułka. So yeah, do we turn one Saga? We don't. We play the Tundra, we can spin the top to gain access to Foss of Will if we need to. Nice Doctor Strange bird. Who's that? I would call it a canister bird, given that it belongs to, well, me. Canister. Mr. Streamer, how bad is Humans matchup for Lotus Field in your opinion? It's pretty bad. But it doesn't stop Lotus Field from being the best deck in Pioneer anyways. Like, I think the PT by now has proven that Lotus Field will have a great win rate regardless, and there is like not there's no, well, there is times where people play like 0 Damping Spheres and then it's insane, and there is times when people play some Damping Spheres, but they are naturally capped by how many they can play, because it's a one matchup only card always. Did I change any cards from the vintage deck I'm playing? I changed there was 3 cages and 1 needle, and I changed to 4 needles because it makes sense to me. Oh, not good. Nasset looks a bit cringe. Sure. Needle seems pretty good versus Oath in your Saga deck. Well, I didn't want it against Oath. I wanted it against Bazaar. I don't care about Oath. Nobody plays that. Try and force? I mean, doesn't seem like there is a point in forcing. I'll just let the top be needled, right? I think I get a planes for this. What Lotus List should I play? Yours or Nathan's? You should combine them together. You should play Lair of the Hydra. You should possibly play Sphinx of the Final Ward instead of a Thoughtseize or Duress. You should not play Dragon Lord Morka because that's crazy. Is Treasure Cruise good in a deck with a bunch of free mana creatures? Pros. I don't know. Will I update a decklist for Lotus? What do you mean? It's like up to date. Dragon Lord Morka is not so good, no. I don't think Dragon Lord Morka is any good. Let's go the Forge, which puts 2 counters on my guy and attacks for 5. But yeah, chat, I'm doing my best to try to teach you to fish, but you're still the fish sometimes, so I can't always provide you with everything. Tangle Wire seems really bad against White Plume Adventure in general. But once you get the fish from me, you should be able to... Oh wow. Infer many things. What the fuck? I mean, I just let this happen, right? Whatever. Do you think I'll get punished if I don't counter this?
He's a phenomenal control player.
I mean, it takes 10 damage.
Something, 24 hours stream.
The next turn. Whatever, I mean, it resolves. Smokestack. Yeah, they'll die to initiative anyways. I knew it's gonna happen, I was just taunting my opponent. Person is getting very good results with that deck. Well, not in this game, I think. Although maybe they'll turn it around and surprise me. But it does seem like they just died to a single initiative creature though. Ja pierdolę, no koty. Co wy tam zrzucacie znowu? Oh. The laundry stand I got it's a little bit shaky. What's good against their deck? Not Flusterstorm, that for sure. Fairy seems great. Sauce to Plowshares. Allegedly, that person gets very good results, so you can check their list. Wait, is that the deck? He didn't seem to be playing Goblin Welder. Cutting down on blue cards if I cut Flusters. Oh, whatever. When will be Philly vlog reveal? I don't know. Let's say 11th hour. That'll be 6 a.m. in Europe. 16th hour. Tomorrow at noon. Tomorrow at noon. This hand seems keepable. A Dig for Time not looking so hot. Crucible of Walls, okay. Time Walk on top, nice. Don't have much stuff against his shops in my deck, but I have the Dungeoneers and White Plume Adventures, so it seemed pretty good game one. Tanklefire. Sure. Saga, okay. Let's try Time Walk. We have a Saga on top. They have a Saga too. They can tap Wire, Crucible, Workshop, make a construct. "24 main theme, full orchestra version." That's so funny. 1-0 vintage. Well, I'm up a game, but I have to win the match. Oh no. Well, I guess that negates Anglewire. Well, I guess if my opponent draws Tolerant Academy every game, then no wonder they're actually doing pretty well with their deck. Don't actually want to draw the cards I had on top. Forsen of Negation. Maybe I wanted to draw a line and then I would play the Dungeoneer, but it's playing Dungeoneer into the construct that's going to steal my initiative. Probably should have done that then. XCD, Flavor Text, and Null Rod. Damn, that's true. It does nothing. Nice Explore. Thanks. It's a free Explore, so it is actually pretty nice. Bigfoot time will just find 2 Swords to Plowshares easily. Let's see if they have anything to find through Null Rod. Most often you actually don't. Soul Ring, solid. 24 hours equals plus 100 ticks. Okay, I don't beat Strip Mine. You win. So let's have 4 Swords to Plowshares minus 1 Archon of Bemeria. We could have a Needle. Can Needle Saga.
He's
Or
a
Strip Mine or
phenomenal
Wasteland.
control player.
I hope you are staying hydrated for these 24 hours.
Yeah, we'll stay hydrated actually. We're low on blue, but it's fine. Treasure Cruise and Dig Through Time looks super odd in a deck with 8 creatures though, with 10 creatures. How many monsters do you have in stock for the stream? I have 1 monster. And 1 Red Bull. Is Leyline worth it for Crucible? No. Sand stinks. I think we can move. They send us Force. Lavinia doesn't do much, but doesn't actually do too little either. Seasoned Dungeoneer. Costs 4 mana, which is so much mana. 1, 2, 3 cards in my graveyard. I think I put back Seasoned Dungeoneer. Keep this. Start on a fetch land and pass. Unfortunately, only a turn 2 Lavinia. But yeah, against my opponent's deck, like the best hand would be Black Lotus Initiative creature on turn 1, and then they literally can't win. I think. Workshop not good, but Lavinia stops Workshop a bit.
He's a phenomenal control player.
That's a creature.
30 months. This live should be 30 hours instead.
Well, impeccable logic, Bodicaldo. I don't know if Lavinia does anything at this point. Does not quite feel like it. Probably Tinker for Saddle turn 1 without playing Elen would be better, yeah. Well, it's less realistic that way, so. I mean, turn 1 Tinker is like not too hard. It's doable. No Wasteland, bro. For sure they like already are using their waste, yeah. Strip mine. Oh yeah, probably gonna be down in much. It would help if we would have literally anything for shops in the sideboard because we kind of don't. Fucking dick through time. Treasure Cruise. This is so good. Such good cards have to be banned in modern because they just can't take them. Sure, bro. So what you're saying is that I will not catch anything and I'll die. Sounds good to me. Delta is good against spheres, right? Yeah. Alright, let's not play those two spells because they're not supported by the deck. Because it plays 8 creatures and already plays expensive spells. You need more cheap stuff. Is there any more fast mana to play? There is the Mana Vault. That's a bit bad though. Could play 2 Preordens. A couple 2 mana lands. Balance. Well, I have 11 creatures in my deck. Doesn't seem like balance makes much sense. Maybe it does. I also don't fully understand the role of the Teferi in the sideboard, but it's there. We also only have one Tinker, so we only find the Tinker when we find the Tinker, actually. No way to tutor it. So we're playing one Tinker, but 2 tutor Tinker targets. We're going to draw the tutor targets much more often. Mystical. Well, Mystical is not in the deck. I know that Mystical tutors Tinker. I'm just saying that we don't play any. Which makes it a little bit odd, I guess. So you don't have the Demonic Tutor. Interesting. Well, for the challenge we cannot make any more changes for the list, so we're stuck with what we've got. And we've got Stack getting defeated by Dissolutionist with Shopperoni. Lavinia is also a tiny bit odd to me. Play Mystical and Merchant over Preordens. Yeah, that makes sense. Merchant Scroll. Alright. So now we can do Enchant Wordle. Let's guess Mystical Tutor, which was a card I was lacking. Vlog teaser when? Well, it's not gonna be a teaser, it's just gonna be a premiere. Like, I'm gonna show you the entirety of it. So there's never gonna be a vlog teaser. I spent a few more hours yesterday, bros. Editing takes so much time. I'm not sure if it's... Like, I think it's pretty fun in some ways. I think it's a bit cringe in some other ways, but just hopefully you're gonna enjoy it. I think it's gonna be nice vlogeroni. Should have copied your list. Well, it should have ever performed well enough to be placed on MTG Goldfish's front page. Then we would have copied that. You can do two Ancient Wordles in one stream. Yeah, that's true. Can you fit Esper Sentinel? I think Esper Sentinel doesn't seem too great in Vintage. People have the Moxen and they'll kind of... I mean, like, if it's a 1-mana 1/1 that cycles, the card doesn't really do anything, right? So it's pretty bad then. And might be worse than that. I was thinking Tinker target too. No, I mean, I wouldn't tinker it out. Alright, Mystical Tutor. It is... Wow, Mystical Tutor was an uncommon. It's newer than the Palm Tree set. It's a common. It's not blue. Okay, so 1-mana common. Let's go Jackal Pup. I don't know if Jackal Pup is from a good year. Okay, it's older than 97. Play Karn over Merchant. Karn sounds okay. Elvish Mystic, that's a good guess. Okay, it's a green 1-drop. Not elf. Older than M14. So let's go Avacyn Pilgrim. Green fucking white. Commander colors, bros. Wild Dogs. Yeah, it's Wild Dogs. Alright, it's not Wild Dogs. So it's from between 98 and the Jester hat set in Innistrad. So let's get something in the middle. Green 1-drop from Alara Reborn, Conflux, Shards of Alara, Nettle Sentinel. I think that's an uncommon. Wild Knockout. Wild Knockout has a Naya color presence. It's also not an elf. Okay, not a warrior. So you know it's from between Shards of Alara and Innistrad. So maybe something from Rise of Eldrazi. Wall of Vines. How do you know this card? Rituala is too old for that. Arbor Elf is an elf, so it does not fit. It's actually Wall of Vines. How did you know that? I mean, it was exactly from M11, so it was like exactly in the middle, but how did you know that Wall of Vines was the card? Grazer with no land drop. And Defender. This is crazy. Wall of Vines was a house in Limited. Bros, it's insane how much the power creep is destroying the game. Your friend had 4 Wall of Denial. Is that the blue-white one with Shroud? How did your friend win the game? Did your friend have a Windrake? Or something like that to demolish you? Arboreal Grazer, Power Crept, Mox Diamonds. No, that's not true because it's tapped versus untapped. So there it's fine, but Wall of Vines and Arboreal Grazer, it is crazy. Calcite Snapper is the best wall. Is that 1-5 landfall switch? 1-4. This card has some modern results. Had some modern results. Thing in Splinter Twin decks or like Blue Moon decks out of the sideboard ages ago. $2014 Modern Daily. Let's go sideboard. Jeskai Control, SCG Modern IQ Glassboro, 2016. And blue black. I swear that it was something else too. But yeah, SCG Modern IQ Glassboro 2nd place. 2 Calcite Snappers in the sideboard. Because they blocked and then they attacked. For 4. All with Shroud. I'm not sure what matchups was that for, but... 1 Engineered Explosives, but 2 Snappers. Yeah, clearly, this card has more priority when it comes to occupying sideboard slots. Elspeth Suns champion for the grindy matchups. They had 4 Wall of Omens, 3 Rest, 2 Kiki, 2 Vendilion Click, 4 Bolt, 4 Helix, 4 Bolt, 4 Puff, 2 Helix, 4 Puff, 3 Mana Leak, 4 Puff, 3 Remand. That's just so good. No Opt. Opt hasn't been legal by then, bro. They commonly played Serum Visions, but this one doesn't play Serum Visions. Not even Counterspell. Well, Opt entered Modern in 2017 with Ixalan. This list is from 2016, so Opt wasn't there. It's kind of odd to think because now they print Opt in every set, but for a long time it was not legal anywhere. Like the flash printing of Opt is from some old set. Yeah, so it was from Invasion, which was whatever year that was. Invasion 2000. Then it took 17 years for them to reprint Opt, and then they put it in every set. Curious wasn't in standard for like 15 years, damn. How the hell is Excellent 6 years ago? It just happened. Bro. Excellent was the PT I top 8 and I started playing all the PTs, and it feels like I just started playing the PTs. But it's been years. Blue Black 2012. This is even older, 4 years before the 2016 deck. So we could have had those decks and look back at those and laugh at the technology. So yeah, Sphinx of Dwar Isle. And that is a modern finisher for a 3-1 daily score. Flying Shroud, and you may look at the top card of your library. You may do this at any time. 2 Jace Beleren, 2 Liliana. So it was Jace, we both draw, and then Liliana, we both discard. One Fair Pact of Negation, 3 Vendilion Click. That guy was never good, come on man. Yeah, the Sphinx was not really good. It was still probably a wild tech back then. Disfigure, Inquisition, 2 Thoughtseize, 4 Serum Vision, 2 Mana Leak, 2 Smaller, 4 Cryptic, 2 Domination. And 1 Pact for when you really need to win a counter battle. 4 Creeping Tarpet, 2 Darkslick Shores. Only 2. I guess it's a Cryptic deck, so you don't want a tapped 4th land, but still. 5 Islands. 2 Misty Rainforest, 1 Tarn. 1 Verdant Catacombs, so because you couldn't have played Polluted Delta, so they just played some random fetches. And 4 Tectonic Edge. That was a staple of all the mana bases of modern control decks back at the time. What are the odds this deck can do something else than 0-5 in a modern league today? I think it can win a match. Tectonic Edge was in blue-white to face Throne. Yeah, it was a Throne Destroyer. Raging Ravine, yeah. 4 River of Tears. And they had the Calcite Snappers back then. Tectonic Edge, hold priority Tectonic Edge, bad chess, exactly. And 1 Fair Wurmcoil Engine just for 6 mana. Let's download the text file default just in case. Just in case we need it later today. Da Vinci, are you blind or are you like, what is the reasoning behind your question? Yes, there is Black Sun Zenith, there is no Blue Sun Zenith. This person is long gone, we will never know. We will never learn why. They didn't even have Fatal Push. So there's 2 Disfigures as removal and 2 Smothers. That's so little removal. Smother is so bad. We've come a long way from Smother. It was not very good even back then. Well, it's 2012. But like it was a fringe deck anyways in 2012. Like it wasn't a top tier deck from 2012. This is 2014, okay. 4 Resto, 4 Geist, 1 Calcite Snapper, 2 Blade Splicer, 4 Snapcaster, 1 Slayer, Sword of Fire and Ice, just like this. You can't even equip your Calcite Snapper with Sword because that's Shroud. Snapper is a 5th Geist, yeah, obviously. 5th Geist of the Saint Trap. The Fairy Mage of Zalfir. Incredible. Incredible. Jan was never good. No, Jan was pretty good in that time. Snapper blocked PBE and protected Jace TMS. Bro, Jace was banned. In standard, oh. There's only this many decks with sideboard Tarmogoyf in them. From 2008 to 2015. Let's check some sideboard Tarmogoyf gamers from the years past. Ooh. Live from the low, Mulch. 32 lands, including 4 tech edges. Live from the low, Meech. Flame Jab. Seismic Assault. Mystifying Maze. Savage Lens, the Jan Triumph. Firelit Thicket, 2 Forest. And then you have 4 Confident, 3 Guy, 3 Kitchen Fix. Out of the sideboard. So I just cut 10 lands and some Seismic Assaults, Flame Jabs or whatever. You bring the giant creatures and attack them. Incredible. Warm Harvest. Modern PDQ 5-3 based. Daily question mark. Very good question, Da Vinci. Whoa. What? Whoa, what? Wait, what? What the heck? What is this? Okay, Delver of Secrets, Goblin Guide, Dark Confidence, Snapcaster Mage. So that's already... It's like 3 different directions. Lightning Bolt, Shard Volley. Alright, so that's a Baron deck because it's playing Shard Volley. 4 Helix. But then it has 4 Remands. So it's a... I think it's this famous Counter Baron deck. It's just Counter Baron. If you've ever heard of Counter Baron, this is it. 3-1 a Modern Daily, GLC. And then the sideboard has 2 Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. which... And one Overgrowth Tomb, one Tarmogoyf. Do you think they opened a Tarmogoyf in the booster draft? And they kept it? And they really wanted to play it? This 2 Thalia and the Cyborg, this is what's killing me. One Overgrown Tomb with Ancient Grudge. Okay, so there's more green cards. Makes sense. And they already have a Stomping Ground in the main deck for Tribal Flames. Trickbind. What do you think Trickbind was for? Which matchup Trickbind was for? Is it just for fetch lands or Storm? Storm makes sense. But do you think they boarded it against fetch lands? Dragonstorm. I don't think Dragonstorm has many results. Oh, one Modern Daily in 2013, PRG playing Dragonstorm. Thundermaw Hellkite, Karfus Tyrant of Yund, and 4 Bogarden Hellkite, okay. Then you had 4 Burst Lightning, 4 Lightning Bolt, 4 Grapeshot, 4 Pyretic, 3 Rift Bolt, 4 Dragon Spore, 4 Lotus. Why did you cast the Dragonstorm? You didn't have enough mana. Oh! With Spinerock Gnoll. So what happens if you draw Karthus? Well, you can still storm into 4 Hellkites, that's 20 damage. And Thundermaw Hellkite. Okay, so you used Fungal Reaches and Molten Slag Heap. And you also had Pyromancer Swath to do like a short storm combo and Grapeshot them 7 times. And like play Swath, Ritual, I don't know, Ritual, like Rift Ball upkeep, Ritual, Swath, Burst Lightning, Grapeshot, and like that hopefully kills. Stuff like this. What's in the sideboard? 1 Cough of the Hammer in the 12 Mountain deck makes sense. Empty the Warrens, Blood Moon, Pyroclasm, Ancient Grudge. With the backside of Ancient Grudge being castable only with Fungal Reaches. And I guess Lotus Bloom. Thundermaw Hellkite is a little bit odd in the list, but I guess I just felt like they need an extra dragon. It's so nice they used to pause 3-1 dailies too, because most of the decks don't make it to 4-0 and they would be lost to time. We should do a tournament where every round you get a random deck from MTG Goldfish Archives. Well, if you get a random deck, you'll mostly get normal decks, right? So you'd have to curate a list of like 50 funny decks, I guess. And then you draw from the funny decks, and it would be a tournament of funny decks. And Sesher Buck would be immortalized forever. Spinerock Gnoll. Wow, only one list with Spinerock Gnoll. I thought there was gonna be more. So this one we've seen, it was a Tarmogoyf sideboard list. This is the crazy deck list. This is fairies. Blue-green fairies with Scrib Ranger. Flush, flying, protection from blue. Return a forest and tap. Target creature, play this ability only once each turn. Okay. Boom, bust, back when you could cascade into it. Oh yeah, that was nice. And we have Whoa, what the fuck? We have 2 voice lines, but then we've got 7 7 swords. That is so many. So many swords. 7. Oh my. Are you going to host an older format modern tournament? I don't know. Well, they'll save the deck list for nowy folder. Funny old decks. Let's save this one too. The low one. Oh yeah, they have an extra sword in the sideboard, but that's for if the protections are better suited for that. And you've got 3 relic, 3 spellskite, 4 thermoglyph. Eight island, 1 forest, 4 breeding pool, 4 misty at least, 2 mutavault. Nice mana base. 3 war, 1 fire. Da Vinci, yes. There is 1 fire and ice and 3 war and peace. What can I tell you? They also needed the islands for Vedalken Shackles, that's why they play it. Why? Bro, I know as much as you do. Looking at this list, I'm as puzzled as you are. War and Peace was budget reasons. Yeah, that's true. Sort of War and Peace was new and Fire and Ice was old and no reprints back then. So maybe that was the reason. Maybe that played a role. And they have Tarmogoyf for the red damage matchups, I guess. Augur of Bolas, Snapcaster Mage, Geist, Sphinx of the Steel Wind. Alright, where is Tinker? Oh, there is, Unburial Rites Gibson given, damn. Free Isochron Scepter. What can we put under the Isochron Scepter? Any from Helix, Charm, Puff, or Lightning Bolt. That looks pretty strong. And we have Fog Splash for 4 Goyfs in the sideboard. And the green sources in the main deck. And the reason to play the green source? Scepter plus Charm, yeah, that's so good. Also 1 Loam in the sideboard, so you could gift for Loam, Ravenscrime, Tekech, and any other land, and you kinda won any grindy matchup by doing so. Modern PTQ. There's 22 lands in this deck only. Seems way too land light for the curve. It seems like 4 lands too little. Like if you had Serum Winds over instead of Augur of Bolas, right? So they have Urborg, Stomping Grounds, Sacred Foundry, lots of useless lands, Mountain. 22 lands is fine if your opponent plays swords for 10 Snail low, yeah. Somehow Goldfish doesn't display their score, maybe it wasn't too good. It was on New Year's Eve. 2012. 6 island too. And you have 4 lightning helix. You have Urborg, Tech Edge, 6 island. And a breeding pool. 6, 7. So you have 9 lands that don't cast lightning helix. Well, that sounds a bit tough. Oh yeah, Isagran fix. Just after they. I mean, that's good mana fixing. Yeah, that's solid mana fixing. Doesn't Shackles have like multiple top 8? Shackles is a good card, yeah. This seems like a keep to me. Duke is on Ragavan Jeskai. Okay. So what? They did reveal the Lurus, so it's pretty obvious. Ha, waste this, but what if I have another one? I could fluster this, but it doesn't seem so good to me. I think I will have a better opportunity to fluster something, right? Than just a probe. Ah, maybe not. Oh, that's a good draw. It's a really good draw. Also, this song is very, very based. Yeah, that's like best possible draw. Keep cluster up, play the Dungeoneer, get initiative, have Saga in play still. Insane. So there is 1 storm, so I'll make them pay 2, so it kills their Lotus. Whatever. They might dash Ragavan though, and they takes my initiative. Shit. Yeah, probably should have clustered. How many stars does your deck even run, and why is it not 7? Yeah.
He's a phenomenal control player.
I'm not sure if they run things. Oh no, my Tinker. I don't know if they play Tinker. I don't know if they play like Dress Down in their deck, but sounds likely. I think I threw by not flustering here. Because now they have the initiative and I don't. Probably play the other Saga. They don't usually play Dress Down. If they don't play Dress Down, it's gonna be an easy game. If they do play Dress Down, then it's tough. Also, thank you very much for the gifted sub, portable_head. Chat, what was your favorite city in Heroes of Might and Magic 3? Which one did you enjoy playing the most? Which one do you think had the coolest units? Alright, we just won. Conflax. I bet you like the ferries. Spain. Babylon. Magic City. What? Were they not called cities? Were they called something else? In Polish it was called Miasta. Miasto? Zamek? I don't know. No, Zamek was like the name of the human one. Factions? I don't know, bros. I played in Polish. I don't know how is it in English. I don't know, I didn't play, cringe. So we could play Archon of Emeria, because it has good stats against Ragavan. It's okay against Lurus. Let's go with Swords to Plowshares. Fluster seems okay. Force of Negation seems not good. It's in Lavinia Omega Bard. Blocks Force of Will, which is not very good. I don't know if Archon of Emeria is any good, but we can board one. Probe, Misstep, Recall, Brainstorm, Fluster, okay. We could cut Force of Will if we assume that's bad. Maybe we cut Force of Will and play like more Archons. The Fairy sounds good. Good to have. Oh yeah, Sphinx stinks. We cut the Archons and we have Lavinia instead. No, Sphinx is not good at all. Mighty Leyline? No, I'll just submit. Stag is pretty weird. But I also don't play blue decks often. I'm kinda always surprised when it comes to sideboarding and I look at my cards and I have no idea what to do. But then I see my opening hand that has Ancestral Lotus in Brainstorm and Narset, so it has 4 restricted cards and a Citadel which I can cast with the Lotus and a Saga, and it seems pretty good. Can be a bit rough if they play 10-1 Monkey, but I think we're gonna manage. I have 4 slots to Plowshares. Oh yeah, take a look. Take a look at my hand. Do you like it? It's a nice hand, right? Oh no, now they know my top card and my hand. They just know everything. That Brainstorm one looks a lot like Minor Misstep. I don't agree. So I think I play Island Lotus. Well, I have to discard one. If I Ancestral now. Just maybe okay. Alright, if they force, that's fine. That's a fine trade, I think. Wasteland. Can waste this, bro.
He's a phenomenal
Let's do
control
this.
player.
Yup.
Yup. Treasure cruising. Hey, Canis, are you already tired? Not yet, no. Kurwa, czytać mi nie każcie. Cardave, thank you very much for your Prime Gaming sub, very based. You have castle protection, right? Yeah, but I can cast 2 planeswalkers. Sounds pretty good to me too. Maybe that's like wrong, but they don't resolve their treasure cruise, and I don't know. I do like all of the things I do. Dupa, suka, Yuta, Scooter. Alright, short on casting the Dungeoneer this turn, unfortunately. Because we drawn a Mox, but the wrong initiative creature to go with it. Nonetheless, I think that turn was pretty good. They could waste my Saga. And we have still the Fairy in play, Narset. Okay. They agree, it seems. Like, my next draw step was... Well, we will never know. Because model lagged and it's gone to the sands of time. But we are 1-1 in there. I will join the Pioneer Challenge, which happens in 2 hours 47 minutes. And I want to play the BTL deck in it. Where is it? I think I have it under nowy dokument tekstowy. Which means new text document. You really enjoyed my Lotus video. I'm glad to hear that. I truly hope you liked and subscribed though. That would be awesome if you did that. If you done that. Gonna cut Ethergast and gonna play Emrakul. The Promised End for control. At what time will the vlog premiere? I said at noon tomorrow. Which for some reason sounded like a good time to me, but noon is gonna be 6 a.m. for the US people. So I guess it could be start at 4. Or maybe it's gonna start earlier. I don't know. It's 33 minutes. So we need 33 minutes of non-magic play to showcase it. Whoa. Is that a lot? Well, I had like 2 hours of material. Can you turn it into a YouTube short for me? Sure. I don't know, yes, no vlog expert, okay. What hostage taker art are you using? The stealing dinosaur one. I'm not even sure if this one exists in Modo. This is my top 7 streamer doing 24-hour round, damn. Top 7 is a pretty, like, it's nothing to scoff. Top 7 is pretty good. You'd expect like 10 to 15 minute max, well. And I'm freaking sorry, bros. It's gonna be longer than that. As your potential future opponent, please use a different hostage taker art. Why? Let's go to Scryfall and see if this art is even available. Hostage taker. This is the hostage, very like unhappy about her position, seems. Magic Online promos. Alright, so Old Border Ursa, but that exists. The dinosaur one is very goofy, yeah. This is just the wide arts. You're gonna make yourself some fish sticks, I think. Sure, bro. I hope you're gonna enjoy them. I don't know, it's just so funny when because you take the dinosaur hostage. How often have you been taken hostage by dinos so far? Well, the dinosaur is the hostage. The sword being the cutlass being held by its neck. Canister would be my favorite streamer, but of course that title has to go to XQC. XQC is just the most engaging and most hilarious. I especially like when he shouts. That usually prompts me to spam some random Pepe emotes in the chat, which is very pog because everyone else is doing the same. Yeah. Wayne Reynolds. Wait. I actually got a secret lair with Wayne Reynolds cards, bros. At the PT. Wait, the original one is also by Wayne Reynolds. This like begins to look like a kind of a conspiracy. Everything ties into the next thing. Isn't that blade backwards? No, it's just sharp on both sides. Like, have you ever held a knife? They're sharp on both sides. Sometimes, I guess. Well, maybe not all of them, I guess. Actually, I have a few knives in my kitchen which are not sharp on both sides. But if you look at this one, right, it's clearly has a carved sharp sides. You know, it has a blade and has some spikes coming from here. No spikes seen here though, so. But the lore of hostage taker is that you take the creature hostage and then you present reasonable arguments to the creature and spend mana on it and it comes on your side. I guess. So you like wouldn't actually threaten to kill the creature. You can't actually kill the creature. You can only convince it to come on your side, but you cannot kill it. So no wonder that the hostage taker is not using the sharp side on the creature's neck. The mana is the wage you pay to have the creature join your crew, yeah. Exactly. Alright, so yeah, this deck I'll be joining the... We use this Dinosaur Hostage Taker. We use Lanky Eleshnorn. We use Fancy Omnath, White Glyph Weaver, Cartoon Valky. All good stuff. Wow, where's my deck? Nowy dokument tekstowy. Did you peruse the Japan regionals list? I don't know what does it mean to peruse, so I can't tell you. But I would like to take a look at them because I need to net the A list from there for my regional in a week. So I probably should peruse them quite a bit. Streamer, how is this deck's humans matchup? A week ago I played it in a challenge and I won easily, so I would assume it's really easy. They played a creature every turn, I cast a removal spell every turn, then I played a Nomnath, gained life, and they lost. When you take a hostage, you use the flat back of the blade so that hostage cannot cut their own neck easily. Also, I've heard. Yeah, well, when you take a hostage, it's like typically in your interest for the hostage not to... For the hostage to stay unhurt, right? Because you're taking that person hostage for a reason. You like want some kind of a gain from them, be it a ransom or whatever else, whatever other leverage you think you can use them as. So hurting them is actually right against your interests. Yeah, but you at the same time you also need to convince them with a potential threat of violence. So you need to threaten to hurt them, but not actually hurt them. So if they're smart, they will just say, okay, I understand you won't actually hurt me, and they can just walk away, right? So this is day 1. Day 2 is not yet. What's the time in Japan right now?
Nove document textoi sounds like a badass deck.
It's 4 a.m. So probably they're not playing right now. That's why British people never get taken hostage. Nobody cares. They provide no leverage. I'm sure there has been some British people taken hostage. And I don't understand why you said that. No, the document text of it sounds like a badass deck. It is a badass deck, yeah. Have you seen the movie 3 Days of the Condor, where Robert Redford is on the run and takes a woman hostage and then has sex with her like the next day? It was the 70s. I don't think I've seen it, but you're implying that it's like a similar situation to paying mana to cast a card from Hostage Taker? Alright, 7-0 blue tempo. So it is best deck after all. 4 Delver, 4 Hothigene, 1 Totalitarian Terror. Why is the font so wonky? Scatter Ray. This deck for Flow of Knowledge. This deck looks a bit underpowered to me every time, but This card seems pretty powered though. If you have like 7 islands, you draw 7. This card too, it's just like a 5 mana instant speed draw 5. I mean 5 mana is still a lot, but
He's a phenomenal control player.
17.
what do you do if your opponent plays a Bankbuster on the play though? You don't even have Spell Pierce in this deck. I guess 2 in the sideboard. I don't know. Well, clearly 7-0 for Keisuke Naito, so probably has some way to beat them. Frank was ace, thank you for 17 years. 2 Joldred, 1 Blade Call Serpent, 3 Removal, Bankbuster, 3 Make Disappear. Bros, I had a thought yesterday. I was watching Misplaced Ginger play Standard a little bit. And I was thinking, is the Make Disappear card actually any good? Because it looks like it sucks most of the time. People just have like 2 treasures, a treasure and a land every time they play an expensive spell. And you just can't counter sit with it. Just falls off. Like on turn 2, countering Fable, that's strong. Besides that, it just kind of looked like cheeks. Was not a fan of it from looking at the games. Stack in hand with it for the end game. You never cast it, but your opponent playing around it is good. Well, but then you play 3. Spell Pierce does exist, yeah. Interesting that Grixis win rate was 40% day 1. Yeah. I mean, the Grixis deck is nothing special. This is mid-range cards. Chant midrange, Azorius aggro, Esper aggro, Monred aggro, Rakdos Reanimator, Esper aggro, Celestia aggro, Reisato. Strong gamer. Chant midrange, Mardu midrange, Wubgumil, okay. By Haribo. Shit, now I want Haribo, gummy beers. 3 Miglos, 2 Crankler Broom. 4 Despair. Okay, is it just mid-range card? It's really hard to evaluate those decks because it's just mid-range cards. At least it's not playing Make Disappear. Azorius Agros, that's warriors. Soldiers, rather. Maniac Duress is cute. Okay, cool. Why is that cute? Maniac Duress seems pretty okay. Maybe not against decks like this, though. Ooh. This deck does not seem like its creatures are incredible. The 3-drops are okay. Like this guy is pretty good, Siege Veteran. So on the Harbin. Well, there's only 3 Harbins. Also, I would assume you don't attack with 5 or more soldiers often, so... Also only 1 Danik. Danik looks pretty good. It looks like a pretty great card. 2 mana, 2 free lifelink, and then also can be recast as a 4 mana, 3/2 flyer. Dan can also draw cards. Just so many upsides, and they only play one. I guess it's legendary, but... Oh yeah, this deck is playing 4
He's a
Danix.
phenomenal
Yeah, Stop
control
Score
player.
Suppressor and Cruelty of Dicks. This deck looks pretty scary, like 3 Adeline for Raffine. You have 4 Danik, you have 4 3 Skrelves. Ludevig Necrogenius, 2 mana 2 free. When it enters or attacks mill, then you can transform him into Olag. Gex, Siege Veteran. There was a good moment on coverage where a guy was at 2 life versus Shouldered, looked his opponents in the eyes, attacked with Raffine, drew 3, discarded 3, killed the Shouldered, and opponent scooped. Nice. Should be playing more of the spell lands. Yeah, I've seen those decks play 30 lands with just like the spell lands being extra interaction, like 4 Ganja, 2 Watawara, something like that. Also, Rez Skew, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. This is not legendary, by the way. What does this card make in the deck? What does this card do in the deck? But yeah, you've got nice mana with Plaza of Heroes, that's really cool. Only 2 Raffine's Tower for the curve out. But if you go Thalia into Raffine, that seems powerful. Thalia into Adeline, that seems powerful. Then you have Vertide. I'm kinda vibing with this deck. I don't know if it's good, but... And if you go Skrelv into Thalia into Adeline, into Raffine, I don't know who beats that. Turns extra Thalias into 1/1s, wow. That sounds pretty bad. The side would have got cut downs. Dollhouse of Horrors for the grindy matchups. Wow, do you spot the eye behind the window? Somebody's watching the dolls in the house. I would cut 1 Ludevic for Andre Loran. Oh, Ludevic seems to suck, yeah. Rata Drabik of Urborg. Whenever another legendary creature you control dies, create a token that's a copy of that creature, except it's not legendary, and it's a 2/2 black zombie in addition to its other colors and types. This card seems pretty strong too. It also has Ward 2. Seems relevant. Edgar, Charmed Groom. Why is he called the Charmed Groom? I only know the word grooming being used in a very negative context. When somebody grooms children. I guess you could just groom people. And he's grown up, so that's fine. He's a groom. Panwode is a groom? Okay. Groom and bride get married. Okay, well, that makes sense. I never had it in that context. I always just had it of grooming children. It's the only use of that word I've encountered. Crazy. I mean, I know that he was getting married with Olivia. Dollhouse is weird. I don't know if it's any good. It's an artifact, so it does not get despaired. It does get upgraded. Pan młody, dzieci też młode. No właśnie. Yeah, I've also heard of grooming your hair. Like, you could groom your hair, right? Mono red aggro, 1 Mirex. Wow. Do you think they poison anyone? 23 lands. 4 Raiju, 4 Squee. 4 Fables and a sideboard. 4 Cough. Wow, that's a grindy sideboard plan. Then you get extra mountains and then Fable discards them. Checkmate. And Cough serves as a Shouldered answer, sort of. I don't know if you do that against Shouldered. Yeah, the Mirex with 4 Cough, that seems a bit odd. I would play an extra mountain, but... You do you, Yuya Hosokawa. It sounds like you keep saying fork off instead of fork off. I can't hear that. Switch out the Swiftspear and the Chicks. Kind of a nice swap. Yeah, not clear in what matchup you do that, but I was thinking of something similar too. I only briefly thought of Cough, but this list commits for Cough. Rakdos Reanimator. This seems like just the list from the top 8 net decked. So I was hoping to net deck a list. I think that Sushi might be new. But I was hoping to net deck a list for my RC. But it seems like players at the Japanese RC net deck the challenges. So, what the heck? Guess I'll wait for the top 8. Tolus, Clever Conductor. The Ravenman. Oh, so the Ravenman is solid with Raffine, that's the thing. Ravenman. Did I review the Australian RC already? I did not, no. This is Fable, yeah. But with Raffine it makes more birds, and then more birds equals... You know, birds flying with Raffine, that's good. Whenever I see those decklists playing 2 copies of the Dragon AO, I think of the hit song by Justin Timberlake, 50 Cent, and Timbaland's AO Technology. I don't remember how it was spelled though, so I'll just try to request it like that. Yeah, it works. AO, okay. They all play 1 gigs. Oh, nice. We're listening to Heroes Orchestra Tower. I love how the Titans look, because they just look so chill. Brutal Cathar seems okay. Tolus seems kind of like a meme. Not sure. But it is a card advantage card. Kinda. And it can be like insane card advantage with Raffine. It seems like lots of things in this deck center around Raffine. So Raffine was very strong for a long time because you couldn't really kill her profitably
He's a phenomenal
for less than 3
control
mana,
player.
but then cut down released,
Poggers,
I
I
think, and
watched
made her much
22 hours of Mr.
weaker.
Steamer last month.
Thank you, Breezy Day. Well, you can watch the entire stream from today. You're gonna watch more than last month already. So Raffine got much weaker because of cut down, because cut down now kills her for 2 mana. Can you check that somehow? You mean if you can check the amount of hours you have watched of a certain streamer? I got a... Yeah, I think you get like an email. I'm not sure, or maybe it's somewhere on Twitch. You can check that. I got sent a summary of January at the end of January. Why does every Esper list have to play one Charmed Groom in the sideboard? What is it so good against? It's a 4/4 that when it dies... when he dies, he gets put into a coffin. What if every card did that? But most coffins would just not do anything. But every creature that dies gets turned into a coffin, and they just have no text. That would be good. If you don't keep a card for the grindy matchups in your sideboard, bad luck will follow you. True. This song is so loud.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Thank you for the gifted sub. Very nice. Do you think Edgar is tired of dying and waking up again? Why is it listed so many times? Bros, it goes on and on and on. This is just a typical play pattern described. Charm Groom, Coffin, Charm Groomed, Coffin. Charm Groom, Coffin, Charm Groom, Coffin, Charmed Groom, Coffin. Just dies and returns, dies and returns, dies and returns. Edgar Markov Iceberg. Charmed Groom, Coffin. This is Celestia Aggro by Ray Sato. 3 Annex Sentry, 4 Bloated Contaminator, 4 Slaughter Singer, 4 Venerated Rot Priest, 4 Skrell, 4 Jobon Duelist, 4 Crawling Chorus, 4 Skrell's Hive, 4 Taiwan Stand, 3 Church of the Mites. It is just set constructed. Now I have 4 Brushland. Canister. Can you provide an opinion on Dual Commander French ban list? Can take a look, but... okay. I actually can't. Charge of the Mites, though. Do you actually poison people or do you deal damage to them? Slaughter Swinger is so awkward because it's, well, it is a 2 mana toxic too, but it also just pumps your other creatures by +1/+1, so it's kinda... So it helps you kill them faster with damage? I don't know. This is a 4 mana 4/4, but it has poison too, effectively. Helps them against blockers, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's true. And you have 12 1-drops. And you have a decent mana base because you have the Seed Core. So you have mono dual lands. This deck maybe is not too bad. I'm actually level 1. Hi. Can I share a link for the tournament? Technically I could, yeah. Keep. What an odd hand. But we can pay for Dig for time 8 mana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Gonna be missing a second blue, but oops. Oh no. Limits the game. Damn. Not working anymore. Don't Fossil Vigor me. It's game 1, so you won't. Oh shit. Put Gaze Cradle. No Fossil Vigor. Very nice. Well, not so far. End stop Ottawa. Yeah, there's no reason to do that, I guess. Force of Negation. Okay, there is a reason to do that. Bio. Mox Emerald. Pass? What a deck. Wow, Boseju this. I mean, fine. I don't know what that person posted, but... Any reason to do it now? You get Black Lotus and an initiative creature. Yeah, I think it's okay. Like, maybe it's not okay, but... Feels okay to me. Like, maybe waiting was still a bit better, but... Death right chance, so pathetic, bros. Elvish Acclaimer, so pathetic, bros. Alright, heads or tails? Discuss. First person who type it in decides. Tails? You lost the flip. See you in 10 minutes. You could scry. Scrying seems better because we don't want to give them the initiative. Other creature seems okay. They have an Arbor. Sure. So what? Do you think I should kill the Elvish Climber? %100% kill. And what he's gonna get? Is a Cradle in hand? Bazaar? Well, Bazaar then, okay. You're gonna have 5 mana for Force of Will to counter. Staff, we draw Sensei's Divining Top, which is good selection. Then we go to the Catacombs, we create a 4-1 black skeleton creature token with Menacha. We untap the Seasoned Dungeoneer. You can draw an Urza's Saga with an Explore, that's really nice. 4 mana. Natural Order. I assume that's scary. Manic Veil. You can play 4 Natural Orders, right? They're not limited. But the price of Angara's freedom was Asmira's life. He had to think about it for a while. I don't know what's happened. Alright, once again, head or tails, bros? Head or tails? Heads. You won the flim. Alright, I could reward you, but I don't know why. I don't know how, so... Your reward is gonna be not getting timed out. No, I'm not modding Zerg. Some lines cannot be crossed. So let's lead on Sensei's Divining Top and let's go Luke. Through the Saga? Maybe drawing the fetch to get more selection would be better, but... Tinker. Time Vault. End of turn. Take 2 damage. Oh! Okay, maybe they are not a Bazaar deck. Yeah, I don't know. That seems like a natural order deck. We can board in Swords to Plowshares. Gravity's Cage stops natural order, is that true? As Bossejos. Maybe we can kneel for Bossejo to protect Sphinx. Plaster works against natural order. Lavinia seems ass. Force of Negation seems ass. Cruise seems ass. Or I'll submit. I don't know. Maybe some of the cards, on my sideboard are also useful, but it's hard for me to evaluate that. Is Lavinia ass against Cradle? I think so. Archon should be good. Sort of? Not good. I'll keep this. If he leads on Bazaar, I'll feel bad. Solid hand. Suddenly pretty solid. Black Lotus so nice. I played a dual lands. I don't mind getting Wasteland here. At all. And I want to have both spells available if necessary. I'm watching the music video on the other screen, and the ladies seem not very focused on driving while driving. They're watching the video through my glasses. How was the experience? Good quality. Snuff out. Sure. I should plaster it, but I don't know. big spell. I don't know what's a X2 creature, but seems strong. They used a clip where Mr. Timberlake has his face on the door frame. Yeah, that's lame. I wouldn't reuse clips in my vlog for sure. Would never do that. Bottom. Maybe I don't bottom Sphinx. I probably do. It's a blue card, so maybe it's not too bad. Wow, Scrybug? Is there a cheesesteak consumption analysis in the vlog? Unfortunately, no. It was so gross, I just wanted to forget about it immediately, and there's no consumption. Fiend Artisan. Solid. Stash. Draw. Play the guy, make a skeleton. So many triggers, it triggers 5 times. 3 times. ETB, take it initiative. Initiative. Whenever you trigger initiative, venture into the end and city. Whenever you like then catacombs is on the stack. Why is it 3 steps? Is it really necessary? Nice tag, Mr. Streamer. Not you, the other one. Thanks. Soon we will get tempted by the ring in modern, true. Anyone getting tempted by the ring? In the Twitch chat? Wow, we drew the Sphinx anyways. The scrying is a myth. Alright, 2-1. Tempted to cash out of MTG, yeah. By the ring? How? If you've been tempted by the ring 4 or more times, you win the game. Otherwise, you get tempted by the ring. Mr. Frodo, Mr. Frodo. No longer an O2 streamer, yeah. We won out after getting destroyed in 10 round 1. Do I know what will I play in Naples? I wanted to net deck a decklist from the Japanese RC, but it seems like they net decked Modo 2, so unfortunately, I will not net deck. I was thinking of playing... Like, I've seen some terrible 5-color decks with Atraxa, and I was thinking of playing them. What's the name of the free peg from the newest set, the common? Vorak something? Contagious, okay. Too strong of a deck. Pick a deck that realizes your potential as a player. Yeah. That sounds right. Like this, right? 1 Archangel of Wrath, 3 Atraxa, 1 Vraska, 1 Kaya. Go for the throat, Terra Sander. Drag the bottom, Unleash Inferno, Farewell, Herd Migration. 7 mana, make 5 beasts. But just add the Vorax in there. The Kami War, Cruelty of Dicks. Yeah, you need to play the Kaya, you need a Planeswalker from your Atraxa. Sounds pretty unnecessary though. Like, you'd probably want to play Wandering Emperor. Assuming you can make the mana work, but... There's 4 Shattered Sun, there's 4 Raffen's Tower, that for sure works, and 4 Jetmid's Garden, yeah, you can play Wandering Emperor, it's fine. And the side would play full playset of Sunset Revelry and you never lose to aggro. Vampire's Vengeance. Mysterious Blood Illness. Dla mnie masz styla. I mean, it's pretty hard to say. This deck might be a bit trash. It probably is a bit trash. I feel like I'd rather play 6 mana Wanderer to blink Atraxa. Well, I think I would... First Planeswalker I would like to play would be the Wandering Emperor on the basis of being a good card that would help me survive. And after that, it will be the 6 mana Wandering Emperor, yeah. Emperor, it's us outside of blue-white control decks. I'm pretty sure it's helpful against aggro decks, but it's not very good against midrange decks. It kinda... You flash it in, you make the tokens. It kinda does not amount to anything except for prolonging the game. But I think you could also argue that Kaya is a little bit ass in general. Maybe not. Dla mnie masz styla. Dla mnie masz styla. No battles in the deck though. Ertai Resurrected. This one has Strangles with an odd deck. Eternal Wanderer ×1. It's just... You just have to play a single Planeswalker to make it so that you have one, you know... An option to pick up more cards from Atraxa. You cannot let the value be wasted. It's 3 Mirrex in there? Oh wow. That just does not sound responsible. Like, I don't know. Does Mirex make your mana better or worse? Overall, like, my intuition is that it makes it worse, but maybe it makes it better. Lisa, Forgotten Archangel. It's really good against Fireward Girl, but it rotated out, so. It's just a 5 mana 4/5 lifelink versus Agros, I guess. They do have binding. Maybe the domain cards are nonsensical too. The 7 mana make 5 beasts. But it gives you free life. And you can just run it over lands because it's 2 mana, finally basic, right? So it's extra fixing. Hello, bro. You tried yet? Tried what? The Kami War deck? Unfortunately, I had not. The Kami War is chapter 1, exile, target non-land permanent and opponent controls, okay. Chapter 2, return up to 1 other target non-land permanent to its owner's hand, and each opponent discards a card. So you kinda need your opponent to have stuff on the battlefield for it to be good. And then it transforms into a 6 mana Okagachi. Gachi made manifest. Flying trample 6/6, all colors. The second chapter makes them discard even if you don't return anything. That is fair. Does not sound overly powerful, but I guess it's not nothing. And whenever Okagachi made manifest attacks, the defending player chooses a non-land card in your graveyard. Return that card to your hand. Okagachi gains +X/+0, where X is that card's mana value. So opponent gives you back the 7 beasts, 5 beasts, 7 mana card, and you attack for 7, 6, 13. Wow. You got baited by the TPI hot Gene deck in this league, damn, Saj. What's TPI? But I take it that you didn't like it. Third Path Iconoclast. Oh, I see. Some people upload their trade binder to Goldfish to sort them. Yeah. Maybe that's one of those. What's Surge Engine? Oh, I know this card. Loses Defender and can't be blocked. 3 mana, becomes blue and has base power and that is 5/4. But it starts with Defender? 6 mana, draw 3. Activate only once. This is a fairly costly card, but maybe it's a good threat. 3 mana, 3 to unblockable, actually goated. Yeah, it doesn't sound too bad. Like, actually unblockable. 3 power. So you just played on 2, then on 3 you can activate it, then hold up a 2 mana counterspell and attack for free already. And then you, like, can hold up mana. If your opponent doesn't play into your mana, you can make it into a 5/4. And then is a 5/4 unblockable. That's a real big threat. I've seen Stowaway take the slot and there is no investment. Is Stowaway the werewolf? The werewolf on a boat? Stowaway seems pretty strong too. He was playing Argentium Massacre in my sideboard for Mono Blue. It doesn't seem so good versus Mono Blue. So maybe you should try something else, like maybe a Duress is gonna be better. And Mono Blue, okay, in that case, maybe, yeah. That makes sense. Well, maybe this Mono Blue deck is actually decent. What event is this? It's the Japanese Regional Championship, which is happening this weekend. We're looking at the day one deck list that performed well. Giant Midrange, 2 Jaya, 4 Harvester, 3 Trespasser, 2 Capricious Hellraiser. Has Capricious Hellraiser done anything in Modern? Let's check. Modern Capricious Hellraiser. Alright, Aspiring Spike, Jeskai Control, Boros Midrange. Boon of the Wishgiver. I guess you copy that. So play red dragon. So you've got what? 4 Cascade Bluffs? Aye. 4 Capricious Hellraiser, 3 Archmage's Charm, 4 Cascade Bluffs. Aye. In this standard format, I wouldn't want to be in a position of trying to outvalue other 5-color Atraxa decks. That's why I like the mono blue, mono red decks. Sure. But what if I would want to be in that spot? Aragavan, question mark. Once again, very good question, Da Vinci. It seems not trivial to get 9 cards into your graveyard in this deck. To actually make it cost 3 mana. I guess that's why I play Lotus Field, to play it for more expensive cost. Haughty Gene. I think we looked at this list already. Giant Midrange. That had the Hellraisers, which made me spark the thought of Hellraiser. Razorlash Transmogrant. This ability costs 4 less to activate if an opponent controls 4 or more non-basic lands. 4 or more non-basic lands, so it's actually just costs 2 in the late game. Nice. With a +1/+1 counter, so a 4/2 attacker. It's like a Scrapheap Scrounger. If you want to beat down. It's a little bit on the weaker side against the Grixis Vampire that draws a card, right? A Corpse Appraiser. Maybe it's fine. Alright, Mardu Midrange, Archangel of Wrath. Wearing Announcement Fable. This seems like a midrange deck with very high card quality. Except for the Serra Paragon, this seems insane to play to me. I think that card is gigabad. Maybe the curve is a bit wonky. It's very high. 27 lands and you have like a 5-drop, 6-drop here. Paragon Bucket Buster is no case 6-drop. Yeah, I think that card is bad. I think it's not okay. From playing with it in mono white a little bit, it seemed kinda like a terrible card. To me, maybe I'm wrong though. What's their score? 5-2. Lost versus the Celestia aggro and Esper aggro. Very few cut downs. But Lawrence nice. Bro, just play Monred, it's the best deck, trust me. I think Monred is a bit low powered. It's okay. But I think I would prefer to play a different deck. It's a bit low powered. Wow, Giba is 0-1. Rather 1-0. They're in game 2. The last match going. Everybody's gonna play these 5-6 drop decks. Yeah, but their 6 drop is like they have 3 shoulders and you just lose if they care of removal into literally anything into shouldered. It doesn't really matter. And then you in Mardu you have the Angel with lifelink. Pretty solid too. The Mardu deck is probably terrible versus any of the Atraxa decks though. Because you just are smaller than them, right? They just go way bigger than you and they overcome you with bigger card advantage. We're gonna take a short break. I'm gonna prep some tea while Jaiba is still stalling the game. They still in game 2? Come on. This is why you should drop the slowest players. Every time. You should know there's one limited arena open going on. Am I smoking a devil's lettuce? I don't know what's devil's lettuce. I'm gonna say cream tube. That's probably not how I say it. Rurka taka z kremem. Am I timing the break time from the stream to add it up the end? No, I just sidestep it a little bit. The main purpose of this 24-hour stream is to fix my sleep schedule. Bros, if you don't speak Polish, you're missing out on this song. What's my fucking password to Arena, bros? I never remember. What did they say? It's just... This. This is Rishupeya. I think it's... Is it Peya or is it somebody else? But it sounds like Rishupeya making a funny voice. He just thinks that he really wants to fuck with the person. Should use a password manager like Bitwarden. Are you sponsored by them? Probably should. Pierdolić equals to fuck. Yeah, that's one of the possible meanings. Does it cause you pain that the singer of this song is capable of earning honest money? Not really. Hello, Canister underscore MTG. Good luck with the 24-hour stream. I will not be able to view a lot of it live, but I will check the VODs, watch on demands. Sure. Okay, but timed out with lethal. Damn. So it's all for nothing. So he lost around 1-1. Come on. Oh, I had a typo in my email. Lol. That's why I couldn't log. It's like in the shop where everyone is waiting for the two remaining players and then they draw, yeah. After thinking really hard in the extra turns. Bitwarden is just the one I use and like. It's free and open source. Okay. We have 10-1 Tinker against Squee. But we have fast protection, so that's good. I'm not entirely sure how the password managers work myself. I've seen a little bit about them, mostly advertised before YouTube videos. Oh, 2 forces backup? Oh, jeez. It's just Sphinx, right? Because they play Squee, Master of Death, so they will have no outs to Sphinx. Maybe they'll play Snapback, but probably they don't play any Snapback, and we have 2 forces of protection. Red and blue, red and green Moxen are the same. So let's get the red one, because I like green cards more. Citadel. Well, my deck is not a great Citadel deck. I think I go with the Sphinx. And if we untap, if we draw a blue card, we also have flashes on to protect, so we've got like 3 counters. So it's almost impossible for them to break through that because it's really hard for them to have this many blue cards in hand to do that. And even then, I just draw cards and play cards, you know, sagas, etc. While they have nothing yet, so I can't see losing with the Sphinx. They don't have Bossage in this version, or they don't have mana, so they can't Bossage you. Do I want Archons against them? I don't think I want Archons. Lavinia is really good. Tabernacle I want. 4 Needle I do. Leyline probably too. Cage seems poor. STP seems okay. Force of Negation out. Time Vault probably out. And the key. I could cut the Citadel too. Flaster is okay. Misstep out. Why is Cage weak? It only stops Vengevine in their deck. And it costs mana. I don't want to do that. Question is if they can overpower Sphinx. No, you can't overpower Sphinx. It's like, it's Sphinx blocks, like stabilizes boards with like when I have 3 creatures already. And if they have 0 creatures, they will never overpower the Sphinx. Sphinx is way stronger than they can ever overpower. You can probably trim Narset. Cut Narset. Maybe 2 Force of Wills. Yeah. Well, let's cut the Narset and keep 3 forces. The Fairy maybe is not too bad, but it's 3 mana. This seems weak against Squee on the draw. Maybe it's okay. Maybe I can Swords to Plowshare as a hollow one. Then have Saga. Plaster for Force of Vigor. They move to 6. It takes a while. And I have 4 needles in my deck, 2 ley lines. Yeah, let's move. I think we can get better. We can do better. This seems better. I'll put back 1 Flaster. I don't think I want 2 Flasters. They kept 7, so their hand is pretty good. No, they moved to 6, actually. They moved to 4. They didn't keep 7. But yeah, Leyline should be pretty good on 4, and then we have Flaster. We have Probe to see if we can just run out the Saga. And if not, we have Flaster to protect. No Bazaar. Nice deck, bro. They do have Bazaar, Force of Will. Alright, I think I just... Let's not play into... Let's just not play into possible blowouts. Let's not make them let's not give them the option to draw a Force of Vigor and blow me out. Just keep the Flaster for the entire game. Oh no, wasted my first initiative step. Master, have you a top list of Grixis in Standard with DB Guide? I don't. I don't have a top list of Standard with DB Guide, unfortunately. I think they feel compelled to try to find Vigor, to cast Vigor on Leyline and Saga, but I can Flaster that. Discards Force of Negation, okay. Squee and Rutwala. So they still have Vengevine. Those 3, okay. Could kill the Rutwala, but I don't think it's necessarily worthwhile. Just gonna make 2 constructs. But a good thing I mulligan, because I think my first hand could possibly lose to my opponent's 4-card hand. And that would be a waste. That would be truly a shame. Alright, I've logged into Arena. So you can try to engage with Arena between rounds with the limited open. I probably will need to swipe for gems though. Opponent discarded Vengevine, Force of Will. They kept Master of Death over Force of Will. They probably have Force of Will anyways. Sweeper, no sweeping. Well, we might be sweeping. Needle. Bazaar of Baghdad. And for good measure, Tabernacle. Just to make sure that everything dies and they can't use Bazaar. They literally can't do anything. So we prison them out of the game fairly easily. I have became what I hated, I guess. So we're 3-1 in the Vintage Challenge, 1 hour until the Pioneer one, but in the meanwhile, we're gonna join the Magic the Gathering Arena Open. As opposed to Magic the Gathering Arena Closed, which is my default state of being on the program. What was the loss to? I lost to round 1 to a Smokestack gamer. Surprisingly, but I actually had no... I lost my train of thought, but I lost to a Smokestack gamer. Shops. Sign up ends in 1407. Day 1. No, I'm missing a few games. Maybe they gave me games in some of the inbox. No. Introducing preferred printing. Damn. Come on, bros. I need 600 more games. Can I get some games? Maybe game 3 was versus Tom Smokestack should have been a multi 5. Kept like 10 to Lavinia and Force. Yeah. But also kept 3 lands, and I thought lands are good against them, but I just died. Golden Pack Progress, wow. Did I take a picture of the poop in Philly? I actually didn't. I've seen it. I forgot to take a picture. Pet Sol Ring. What the heck? Pet Ebon Death. Do I have a set with full rare collection? Well, the old ones? Not the ones in standard. Alright, I wanted to read the cards I opened, but I guess I can't. I like how the Tamiyo is hidden in the box together with the cards. Bros, those pets, this is just... They just don't look professional. Yeah, well, 13, that's not enough. I have to go to games and buy some games. $5 for 750 games. Or should we go with most popular or great deal? This is the best value, but slightly. I'll play more. Well, I probably will play like more arena opens in the future in some situations. All right, I don't want to spend $100. It's so much. Surely we'll spam 20k games before MDJ collapses. Yeah. All right, that just seems reasonable, but feels so bad. Minus 100, bros. Just for you. Should we go with traditional or non-traditional? Let's go with non-traditional. White Sun's Twilight is pretty strong. It's not too bad of a card. Rot Priest, whatever. Twilight, whatever. Monument to Perfection. I never played that. Only one bomb, it's over. Maybe I should drop and open another pool. Uncommon. You have 2 Silvok Battle Chairs and Slaughter Singer. I actually know this limited format because I played it for the PT a bunch. We have only one blue uncommon, which is good. Arena lacks an option to select a group of cards and move them all together at the same time. I just realized. White card is okay, curve bad. Yeah, nothing that really pulls into white though. No cards that actually strike me as exciting. No reason to fail by commons, I guess. Let's just see it with uncommons. Okay, the pool to white is one side Twilight. That doesn't really go that well with my aggro monsters. To jest wody czas. Isn't it kind of a toxic finish if you play green-white? Yeah, it's good. It's good. White Silent Swell is pretty good, and with Slaughter Singer might actually have some synergies. Blue, we've got two Eye of Malcator with two Malcator's Watchers. That's kind of a synergy, but Mikot Synth. I wish I could throw it away from my pool. Blue seems not attractive at all. Unless the Malcator Watch Eye is like supported other colors, but it wasn't in white, and that's the main artifact color. In black, we've got decent removal. Throw an Icor, Anoint with Affliction. The green white uncommon is kinda meh, right? Well, it's very strong if you have toxic creatures. Could play black white from what it seems like. No removal in red. Nothing that's really super interesting in red. Four copies of the Rustvine Cultivator and 3 Thirsting Roots. Alright. This is where my commons went. I have Infectious Bite. Green Sun's Twilight, which is not very good if my top end is gonna be Silvox Battle Chairs. Plague Nest, which is whatever. 2 removals. And I have 2 of those uncommons. I think I'll just play green-white. Because that plays my rares and it's gonna make sense. This is 51 cards. The Cultivator is poor. With the curve. Passing, Root Bomb, Roots whatever, Mace School Bomb whatever. Rot Priest not so great, but it's actually not too bad with 2 Singers, etc. I probably should play it. Yeah, it's actually okay. Complete Devotion too. Plague Nurse Spot for the curve, probably. Vorak is just good value, good stats. I could play the Gliders. It seems like I can corrupt some people. I'll probably cut some tricks. I think I could even afford to play 2 tappers, 2 chairs. Why not? Creature. I want this to split my fucking creatures and non-creatures, but I guess I won't do that. Is the sword playable as just a hard interactive card? Oh yeah, I also have the Mir Convert, Dune Mover, Prophetic Presence. I want to splash, but I don't think I do, and Ripskiff. I didn't have very many great experiences with Ripskiff, but okay. We did that. Probably don't need 2 chairs, indeed. Don't need Resistance Reunited. Mir seems okay. Stalker seems okay with the Raptor. Probably not gonna play 2 tappers and gonna only play 1 Scissor Glider because those like need to be enabled at first. Maybe play 2 gliders for the curve still. I guess I cut both of them. Could cut Titanic Growth. I want Titanic Growth for the Rod Priest. I could not play the Greenstone's Twilight. Like, I'm not sure if it's actually... It is a draw 2, technically, but one of the cards it draws is a land, so it doesn't matter. I'll cut Titanic Growth. Let's use Dina Soul Stepper. Soul Stepper. And let's put Venerated Odd Priest as the image, and let's say... Let's name this deck Toxic Fucker in memory of Toxic Fucker. Which you probably don't know, but like Toxic Fucker was a porn actor from a Polish porn website. But then he died. And it was very sad. That's his stage name. Did you buy secret letters for those sleeves? I never bought those. See, I never bought a secret letter, and I never will. Polish Billy, he was entirely heterosexual, I think. Ooh, 1-1. Good game. Already corrupted. They get priority, I don't know why. Oh, for Trail of Possibility, yeah. Guess I play 4-4. P is sorted inside of the balls. Sorted, stored. It's true. I mean, where else is it supposed to be stored? Rip my Mir converter. Convert. No! Come on, you don't have tricks. Bro. This is not okay. Do I listen to Knee Obliviscaris? I got a Knee Obliviscaris song recommended by YouTube once. And I listened to it that way. And I liked it, and I listened to another one, and I didn't like it. Your All Will Be One Kof deck was able to scrape 7 wins. That's very nice. Congrats. Ripskiv says crave free. I'm not sure how exactly All Will Be One works, because that card is a little bit weird. If you proliferate and add 3 counters total on 3 different things, like how much do you do? How many damages do you do? And like, is it X instances of 1 damage, or is it different? 3 times 1 damage, okay. Come on, bro. What if how do I trick? I guess there is no way to counter trick this. You need to have a removal. 4, 5. Come on. Is this card actually worth playing? Maybe it's not worth playing. Maybe I just should play creature over it. I think I have like a solid amount of creatures. Not solid enough though. It's kind of a 4-mana divination, yeah. No, I draw the planes. Corrupt. This kills a thing. Or whatever, let's attack them. But it seems like it's pretty rough. If I play something that crews Ripskiv, I'll die. But I accept that. That also kills me. Very pathetic game. Alright, cut Twilight and I play Titanic Growth over it. Seems much better. What's up with Titanic Growth? What's up with the arrows? What? What do they do? The other cards don't have that. So I can like it as my favorite version of the card, I guess. If a card has multiple versions. You prefer best of 3 in this format. Lots of variants and very snowbally. Well, but you're also assuming you're better. You can summon other Link monsters, sure. His name is Zelda, not Link. It's in the name of the game. I mean, on Arena, I don't know. Pistol 1 vibes well with Arena in some way. Fuck. Am I supposed to keep this? We start on turn 4 on the draw. Well, we just can't. Put back Forest. Yeah, Buster 1 is good for toilet gaming or... I don't know. The avatar that my opponent has seems pretty powerful, the Urza's Golem. No removal, okay. So we actually knew they had a trick because they were getting priority all the time. Vorak is a bit rough. I guess I'll use Infectious Bite to get through it, given my hand. Because I assume it blocks, and then we get them corrupted. Could also make 2 mites to get a better attack next turn, but we don't really get a better attack necessarily, and getting for 2 poison to corrupt them for my gliders later seems okay. Glissa. I feel stupid for wasting my removal spell now. Shit, my opponent played me like a fiddle. It has Death Touch? Oh yeah. Well, I guess I got punished. They lost life. Foolishly. It's fine though, it's fine. Yeah, it's just Glissa's thing in lore. She has Fast Shag and Death Touch. That's her set of abilities in lore. No. Not Whisper of the Dross. Oh kurwa, I guess we're gonna reroll the pool soon. Oh, that's a decent draw. It's actually a really good draw. Now I can raise. My opponent's name is Full-Time MMA. MMA. Full-Time MMA. Yet they still have time to play Magic and have funky card style on their Vorak, so... $11 life each. There are 5 poison. I have 4 poisons available. 4 poissons available. Kinda, sort of. Seems like they want sacrifice. No, Roughless Predation, okay. Three, 9. I could complete devotion this. Ruthless Predation. Ripskiff. Crew Ripskiff. Predation Ripskiff. Then die next turn to proliferate. Because they're gonna be 5, 6, and 8. Vijay Forest. Interesting. We died to Titanic Grove, but they might not have it. So yeah, they're at 8 poison. Hopefully they'll die next turn and I can play my modo game. Because we have Mock Spell. This seems like a nice keep. Damn. Yo! Welcome. The Yellow Hat Raiders. Welcome to the 4th hour of the Canny stream. 20 more to come. We drew a planes and they have 3 blockers. Fuck, they don't just die. They refuse to just die. They didn't even attack with the might. If I pass, I can deal 2 damage, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think I play this and pass. Here we keep, because I think my hand is just overall very solid. We have Proberoni to check, Force of Negation to counter Tinker, we have 2 White Plume Adventures to perform actions. Glissa Sunslayer is gonna attack me alone. Or will they attack with anybody else? No blocks. I still have 4 life. So go to 3 life now. So they're kind of dying on both fronts. Ravenous Necro Titan, okay. So Brutalizer gives them an extra counter. And then I have 4 attackers versus 4 blockers, so that's not good for me. If I play Brutalizer, I don't proliferate. I keep up charge of the mites. And I pass. Wait, play Brutalizer, kill, I don't know, whatever, kill this. They have 3 blockers. They don't die. How do I play the Brutalizer? I think I do. I think I do play the Brutalizer, but don't proliferate. It's not ideal. I have 5 life. Wait, actually. Yeah, I can lead. I can block. I can kill 1 creature and block 2. Survive. Kill them back. Close game. Emote, oops, you don't like info. I'll emote your go. Also, I would like to emote, you know, one of those funny emotes. Like something, something, yada, yada. And said good game. But which direction? They have priority, so. Alright. We stood no chance. Typical arena. Haha. I'm playing Multi 5 advantage at least though, so they're trying to give me some. Make it easier for me. City of Brass. Time Walk. Sure, whatever. What's City of Brass? I'll pitch Fluster, I think. I'd rather get cycle with Probe for an extra mox for my Adventurer. Painter Servant. So they fetch a Grindstone with the Saga and I die. Sick. I played him earlier, smiley face. Well, good for you. And we need to draw a Sword to Plowshare, so we're gonna do it. I'm gonna die. Alright, I guess we died. I don't really have anti-artifact stuff in my sideboard. That's kinda a mistake. I probably should have something. I'll have Source to Plowshares and Needle and Teferi. I don't know if Lavinia does anything. Force of Negation seems poor. Blaster seems medium. It's mainly artifacts based. Sphinx seems poor. Cruise and Dig don't function my deck. Let's have 3 needles. Can name Urza Sagas too. They are the inverter of Scum in Modern, yeah. Sure. Sprouts. My hand has Force of Will, Ancestral Recall. I keep. Earlier we played against. I'm actually level 1 and we've got a clip from his stream when he played against us. Post on the Discord. Damn. Skillful. I didn't fix the list because I never played Blue Decks and I had no idea. But definitely the list could use some fixing. In your upkeep, I draw 3 cards. Resolves just like that? Damn. I didn't probe to keep a blue card for my Force of Will. I just name random colors when I want to name a color. I just say a color and then I think of whether it's actually the color I wanted to name or not, which is why I said green card for Force of Will, which sounds outrageously stupid, right? If you think about it, green card for Force of Will. It's a blue spell, obviously. Although, what if you had a cycle of pitch spells and they actually required you to pitch cards of different colors? If Force of Will asks you to pitch white cards, wouldn't that be crazy? If Pyroblast? Yeah, I guess that's the future. There's an Ifrit that would beg to differ. What's the Ifrit? What's the card? I don't know it. You can needle the Time Vault. We can needle the Time Vault. It's probably the plan. Do you have a Pyroblast? But doesn't seem to matter much. Serendip Efrit was printed with a green border and was a blue card accidentally. Oh yeah. That card. True. An anomaly.
He's a phenomenal control player.
GL in Staying Awake.
Oh no, I lost the flip. I actually will. Wait, DMX still makes music? I think he died recently. I will stay awake actually, thank you, desktop. Because actually, what I'm trying to achieve with this stream, I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule from being horrid to slightly less horrid. Top is a pretty good saga target, generally. How would I never know that you can't bounce Saga? Maybe you haven't played with the Fairy Time Raver or with Urza Saga enough. What are the decks you typically play? If it's Merktide, then I guess that might have never occurred to you because it just doesn't happen in your games. Alright, bros. Time to gamble now. Heads or tails? You have played Omnath Pilots in the past before the Yorion ban? Did your opponents frequently... You won the flip, then congrats. Did your opponents frequently breathed a sigh of relief after you didn't bounce their Saga? Has that ever happened? Needled, Time Vault, and these are my options. Alright. I think I should have 4 needles because they just try to combo me. I don't know if Lavinia is any good. It's a Pyroblast deck, so Flaster is not seem too bad. Lavinia seems pretty bad on the draw. Maybe 4 STPs too many. You can STP the creature or constructs. It's a free Flaster for STP. Because Flaster is kinda bad against Saga. Less so than STP against Saga. Hey Kani, good luck with the 24-hour stream. Hello Alexon1000. Good luck with your way of life. I guess I'll move this. Looks ass. Ancestral Recall, I keep. Do I keep Plains or do I keep the second Saga? Third Saga? Probably let's keep 3 Sagas, like... Why do I need the Plains for, right? Sure. It's Demir and smoking weed. Demir and smoking weed? What does that mean? I think I'll play Saga. Honestly. You play Contra and Blaze Dab, okay. But like right now or in general? But yeah, I think I'll play Saga to be able to brawl with their constructs. Ancestral will have to wait a bit. Bros, Avril Lavigne is a great vibe. Alright. I'll counter this guy. Goodbye, Ancestral Recall. Oh, they have this. They have Ancient Tomb to just make the constructs go, you know, produce the constructs anyways, despite presenting the Painter Servant too. Yeah, pitching an Ancestral, I don't love that, but we do what we get to do, I think. Because I would die to, well, I would just die if I don't pitch. I play the second Saga because then this turn I'll make a Saga construct. Fetch Soul Ring. Next turn make 2 Saga constructs. I guess. Should chat drew for free for blue card. Well, but I didn't have blue mana. So that was the problem, that I didn't have blue mana to do that, and I didn't play out my blue mana because I felt like I need to run out my Urza Saga to start making constructs, not to die to my opponent's constructs. That was my line of thinking. No constructs. So they're not fighting that game anyways. You can also get a needle from the Saga. They get a Mox Opal. The Demonic Tutor. Well, they have a land, they're gonna kill me with the Painter Servant. But I thought a bit hard about that. So let's hope they don't. No, we dead. Okay. Cool deck. Canister Mills, no cards. This is a very nicely looking Fossil Will. See what? I know that combo. So I guess I do see it, yeah. See, cool deck, okay, yeah. Just Black Soul Ring. The way Painter Servants transforms the frames is always kind of funny. I guess there is no such thing as old border artifact frame colored. This becomes tiny bit black. The Blade Master turned his fury to his new foes, Root, Rot, and Cabbage Slugs. Myths and Miracles, Vol V. Damn. So we're what? 3-2, 3-2. One more round, right? And the Vintage Challenge, the Pioneer Challenge begins in 17 minutes. So you're gonna be playing that with Omnath BTL. With nowy dokument tekstowy. What would I change in my last played Omnath list in Modern besides cutting Eladramis? Was the last one I played the 69 cards one? I would probably cut down to 60 cards and play a reasonable deck instead of a funny one. I really like Oath of Nissa in Omnath decks with the Fairy that just gives you the longevity in a long game. I would really like to focus on that direction of the deck, which would mean as few fables as possible, etc. Like maybe you can play Witness,
control player.
Me finances are finally under control, so I'm happy to sub again.
or Eleshnorn and stuff like that, like maybe that's fine, but if you want to give up Kahira, but I would not play 60. Prelim free one, damn. Fable's a bad card anyways. I think Fable is pretty bad in this deck, yeah. It's been pretty terrible. Also, Alexon 1000, thank you very much for the sub, and I'm glad that you've got your situation under control. That is very nice. Briefcase. Briefcase is actually pretty good in this deck. I like Briefcase. It's useful on both ends are useful, even if it looks goofy as heck. You crack it for 3 cards often enough and it matters. But yeah, I really disliked Fable in this deck. Gigant activating Briefcase sold it to me. That's pretty nice too, yeah. That's a good combination. I think cutting the calls for Leyline Bindings does not seem bad. Well, point removal has diminishing returns. And, you know, with like already your deck being 4 Solitude and whatever amount of Furies you want to play, then your other removal needs to be... I think Leyline Binding really doesn't fit into this deck reasonably. And it's also really bad against any Boseiju decks. I feel like it's... Any Boseiju Ren deck, it's really punishing. So I think it actually is pretty bad. On top of making you splash a color. I kinda don't vibe with Leyline Binding in an elemental deck. Feels kinda... Seems kinda redundant. Because it's more big removal. Which you already have the Solitudes and Furies as big removal. That is not good against turn 1 Ragavan, but it's good overall. Strong overall. Good in the late game. And it's still redundant with your bolts and prismatic endings. So I would also cut down into prismatic endings if I were to absolutely want to play Leyline Bindings, but you'll leave yourself with too few answers to Ragavan and you're going to suffer because of that. But maybe you're fine with that. Hello, Mr. Sim. Are you playing in the Pioneer Challenge? Yes. 4 off isn't 100% necessary either. Yeah, you could play like 3 off or something. But I think off is great and it really... I really want to build around it for the Teferi. Endurance is a little bit of a shit card, like it's always been, so maybe don't play that. When I played this deck, Breach was all the hype, the fair Breach deck, so Endurance was actually good against those decks, but it was still really bad against most of your opponents. Like 70% of your opponents don't care about the card whatsoever, and you're playing a free for vanilla monster and super bad. At least you can board it out easily then. So I think the main deck Endurance is this huge trap, don't do that. Always has been. What about 2 iterations instead of call? I don't hate playing iteration. So it's a little bit bad in the deck in general. With the curve, it's pretty hard to take full advantage of. But it's a good card. But it doesn't work well. It doesn't work great with the mana base and like 2 Boseijus in the mana base. So I don't hate it, but I don't love it either. 1 endurance for the call because it can win you game 1 in spots. Sure, well that's what you can tell yourself, but you're probably still making your deck worse in general. And then I think call is also making your deck worse in general. What's the deck for Pioneer today? In Pioneer we're playing Bring to Light. Cringe to light. Oh god, Mono-Red could never beat that. I mean, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, arguably 14 top lands in my deck, so I think there are ways in which Mono-Red could beat me, but hopefully not. What's a generic anti-aggro card that would work against Mono-Red, Mono-White, Gruul, and in general anything, chat? Because we need one card to board out Slaughter Games against those matchups. Defending Clarion? I don't like defending Clarion with Caryatid in my deck. Supreme Verdict? I have Supreme Verdict already. I have Sweepers already. Looking more so for a 2 mana, 3 mana card, some like life gain blocking type stuff. Preferably not a removal. More so something like Sunset Revelry, yeah. Scavenging Ooze. Well, I guess. Night of Autumn. Oh, I hate that. Blossoming Calm. I don't think it's a great card versus aggro decks in Pioneer. I mean, Night of Autumn honestly sounds not so bad. But it's cringe. Gargaroth? Probably something for 2 or 3 mana rather than 4 or 5 mana. You already have the late game covered. Let's play Night of Autumn. Oh yeah, also Gigant. Let's play Night of Autumn over the Rending Volley because we can board Night of Autumn against any aggro deck. Because against aggro decks, we just need to change one card at Slaughter Games. And this works against... It works against Gruul fine. It works with Eleshnorn. It works with Fable. It's kind of a cringe card, but... You know, it works against Mono White, just like blocker gain 4 or something. Or destroy their wedding announcement. Yeah, I don't hate it. Is Escape not a bit cringe? No, I think Escape to the Wilds is a fine card. Slaughter Games just for Lotus or any other matchups as well? Well, you can Slaughter Games anyone, right? So the non-aggro decks, you can Slaughter Games Lotus. And they actually will not be able to kill you with Lair of the Hydra all that nicely because of your Caryatid. You can Slaughter Games Bonecrusher Giant. You can Slaughter Games Worldspine Worm from Creativity. You can Slaughter Games... I'm not sure if you Slaughter Games Worldspine Worm or maybe Xenagas. Probably Worldspine Worm. Because they can just put the worm into play and then you have to like trap it with Chain the Rocks. They can like cast both. You can Slaughter Games Enigmatic Incarnation, you know. Not naming Creativity. Why would you name Creativity? Maybe in a post-board game if you don't know how they sideboard it, but in a pre-board game I would prefer to at least two dead cards in the deck. Well, but if I if I leave them with creativity, it leaves them with 4 dead cards in their deck, right? And sure, they can destroy my Omnath to like flip my deck, whatever. I mean, like, yeah, they're not absolutely 100% dead cards, they're just mostly dead cards. Is Courier's Briefcase better than Paradise Druid? I kinda like it more. This deck already has 31 mana sources. Super easy to flood. Maybe you can name creativity. I think it's like the same. If you're afraid of creativity, you'd name creativity. If you're like Chad who's not scared, then you do whatever. Creativity also struggles versus just planes leyline binding up. Could Celestus be a not terrible card in this deck? Maybe, but I don't think it's necessary. It doesn't look to me like a Pioneer level card. If this was a standard deck, then Celestus is fine. You name big score? Sure. Snap too good for a reprint. They reprinted it, but not into modern. Snapdax, apex of the hand. The name Snapdax sounds very goofy too. It sounds very not threatening, Snapdax. I meant Snapcaster Mage, lol, my bad. Well, I don't have the power to decide which cards get reprinted or not, so it's a bit odd that you directed this question at me. Like, yeah, I guess. They decided so. Why didn't I go to the 4-season tournament in Bologna? Well, because I didn't. I didn't feel like traveling to Italy to play Proxy Vintage. Like, I think it's pretty cool, but I just didn't want to. I've been working instead and doing stuff. So the default state of being, I think, is not to go to a 4-seasons tournament in Bologna for me. So I guess I didn't stray away from my default state of being. What if it was real cards only? Then I would not go either because I wouldn't have real cards. And if somebody would want to lend me a vintage deck, I would probably not go either because I would get scared of playing with cards that are worth more than me. Pepper Vintage is kinda cringe. I mean, I like Vintage, right? Vintage is based. Like, maybe I'll go there someday, but just didn't go this time. You're worth more than a Vintage deck, Mr. Streamer. Thanks. Vintage is cool on model because it's very accessible. Yes. Well, Proxy Vintage is pretty accessible too. I don't know how many proxies they allow on the tournament. It would certainly be a great obstacle for me to go if I actually had to go through the trouble of like getting 40 cards out of the Hex Shrinker Bazaar deck. If I had to go through the trouble of getting the cards like Root Wallace or Hex Shrinkers lined together, that would alone be enough to make me not want to. Poen has been last seen 12 days ago playing Selesnya Engels. I think we can keep this. A card that I have found to be very good against aggro lately is Glissa Sunslayer. Yeah, well, this deck splashes black. It's mainly 4 colors that are non-black, so we're not interested in Glissa Sunslayer. Hive of the III Tyrant, okay. Also, the tournament has already started, so it's too late to add any Glissas. But it's an interesting suggestion. Wow. Do you think that's a well-spent push? What? Do you think they have more? They have to have more. Great draw. Yeah, it's the Deadly Vanity backside is the BTL target. Just means that you draw this Glyph Weaver every now and then. I assume they'll play Jaldred by now if they didn't do anything. So then you can go Omnath and take 4 damage. Justin, I'm actually level 1. Thank you very much for the raid. Very based of you to join. Ooh, that's a good draw. So you can go this, green, Omnath. And I assume we get Valky XL Shouldred. I mean, maybe it's Valky Plus and then binding the Shouldred. What do you think? I think XL Shouldred is probably better. They can kill Valky with the Manland activation, but I don't see them winning after that. Because I go Passage and I have 10 mana to play Escape, Shouldred, deal 12 to them total. So it seems good enough to Tibalt steal the Shouldred. If I Valky Plus, I can be weak to Dreadbore. And here, like, I don't know, if they activate Revolt somehow. I don't know if they can activate Revolt. So if they Bone Crusher and kill this with a removal spell, then I'm still greatly advantaged, I think. We're 3-2 in the Vintage Challenge, one more match. Once again, it's Giba versus Da Vinci MTG. So against Rakdos, we cut down on play Reconer Bankbuster. We cut Elesh Norn because she's poor. And we cut 2 Caryatids. Oh, the games. Well, maybe I play Night of Autumn because they play their own 10 Bankbusters. I miss 5-color Valky Cascade so much, bros. Do you actually do that? Cat Extinction Event canister? I think you already have Extinction Event than the Caryatid. Maybe not. I guess maybe not on a draw. I liked it when you Valkyed and then you +2, then you drew cards. That was funny. BTL Valky decks in Modern was a wild time in Magic. It was actually not well, there was a period where there was BTL decks, but the true Valky decks, the banger ones were Violent Outburst into Valky. Spara, yeah. Typical, classic Omnath Swamp. Gaming. Seems like a good keep though. Seize the fort, okay. Oh yeah, there was Uro too. In those decks. This deck could use Uro. This deck would be a nice Uro deck. My opponent solved my dilemma by discarding my Omnath. Now I can play the Swamp with no repercussions. Thanks. Oh no, the Tyrant of Standard. If Thoughtseize Harvester Fable and I draw lands, then I think we can be in a little bit of a harsh spot, but we still should try to sequence the mana in a way where I can play Omnath if I top deck him. Do you think in 10 years 2-drops will have 4 power and 2 toughness? I think that's gonna be normal 2-drop stat line. Aye. Game will be dead in 3 years. No, I don't think it's gonna be dead in 3 years. I think Giganta doesn't do anything. Kaneki Prelem from 2021. Valky Cascade, Urzatron, Valky Cascade, Valky Cascade, Valky Cascade, yeah. We had 1 Gamestone Caverns, we had 26 lands, 3 Brazil, 2 Omnath, 4 Simian Spirit Guide, 2 Uro, 3 Valky, 2 Cryptic. What a stupid deck. That was before Shardless Agent too, so you had to play 4 color. Two Cliques in the sideboard for the combo matchups, 1 Kozilek for the grindy matchups, 3 Core Firewalkers for the burn matchup, which was the like one actually bad matchup. Why Seagate? It was an extra land and it was Force of Negation pitch. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can think of another reason retroactively. What a deck. Sounds awful. Wow. Damn, I really wish I had Extinction even if they follow up with Shoulder on the next turn. It was before the Misdirection tag. The Misdirection tag, I don't think it was good. Maybe it was, but I think this is a mole. Just mana, nothing to do. This has an Ancestral. I guess I'll keep. I can't cast anything, but I'll draw the mana. Here I will cycle the Ketria Triumph, grabbing Giganta. I could grab Giganta and play Giganta, but I think I would rather cycle a Triumph. It seems better to me. Put back Digfruit Time, the worst card. Like a triangle. Wow, they suck 2 bloods. Alright, that's good for tempo. Wow, I really wish I had access to Extinction Event now. If we find Bring to Light, we can fetch Deadly Vanity. So let's see if we want to jump by cycling. Okay. Probably gonna have to Deadly Vanity. They have 1 card left, so it's fine. Just have not to draw. Selfless Glyph Weaver in my draw step. Not a Selfless Glyph Weaver. Could take 2, so that I am able to play Omnath on the next turn. Could fetch blue, that also makes me able to play Omnath on the next turn. But I give up a Fabled Passage for Omnath. I think that's actually okay. Also fins my deck. I think I'll fetch blue. Maybe white. White is better to fetch than blue. Double white is better than double blue. Black. Can I hostage taker a single one? That seems dangerous and bad. The songbot is not working. Good thing we have a pile of songs still requested, so we still can have a good time listening. So yeah, next turn we can go Swamp, Caryatid, grab Giganta. Seems like the bot doesn't accept my requests either. The bot will wake up in 10 minutes and it's gonna just request all the songs. Well, I can't pause anyways, I guess. I'll force her. See? So they ask me to discard 2 cards. Okay, I'll discard this and this. That is absolutely fine. I discard 2 relevant cards and their tempo neutral, negative, minus. Let's draw Mental Misstep based. And let's draw Bring to Light, get Valky and plus Valky. Let's go. Off the top. Alright. Giganta also fine. Oh no, will they play the 4 mana? No, this is not the deck I'm playing. Well, I'll draw the Seasoned Engineer. Blue mana, Mystical Tutor.
He's a phenomenal control player.
I have to counter this
We
because,
gammon.
well, I only have the misstep. Oh, snap. I guess you're getting tinkered. Another successful game of Vintage. Now they will know to just grab the Tinker and get me a Tinker. So let's let them combo to see a bit more of their deck to make sure what are they actually playing. They play Black Lotus, play Flooded Strand, okay. Bros, who do you want to crash them all with me? I don't know if I should play my adventure, but like technically I guess I could whiff some. Whatever, like if they know I'm playing the initiative creatures, then so be it. Okay, they had Force of Will off the top, so I just unclocked them. Yeah, I guess it does Paragraph Force on top. Discard a card. I discard Xander's Launch. Wow, nice call against command. Killed my 1/1 and discarded me Xander's Launch. Yeah, it does telegraph that, but like, do I play Giganta or
He's
do I
a
play
phenomenal
Fable?
control player.
They got you.
Actually close. I guess I'll play Giganta. It's bigger. Kills him in 3 hits. They might struggle to kill it. Like Fable. Fable's good too, but I don't want to discard Giganta to Fable. No! Okay, Vampiric, Demonic, Ancestral. So they just an Esper deck. Hostage Taker. Would I play Abundant Growth or Nature's Claim in the border of Folklore Creativity now? I think those cards do entirely different things. I think Nature's Claim is terrible at solving your Blood Moon issues. So it's like, yeah, would you play apples or oranges? And I'll tell you, bros, for me, it's just oranges. I hate apples. Alright, let's go. Bring to Light. Alright, I can keep this, that's fine. Why no Kekbai on stream? Bros, you know the way in which emotes get added on the stream. You know how to do that, so if you want an emote added, then go through the process of sending me a link to it and I click yes. So it seems like Archon is gonna be okay against their deck. It's kinda weird. Archon is not so good against an Urza Saga deck, right? But maybe it's okay. Better TTV? No, you should 7TV. Use 7TV, bro. Alright, Hive attacking me. They played Sokenzan. They prefer to attack me for free over using Sokenzan. Point cast Ancestral. Scared Fonderie. Alright, added. Added everything, bros. No attack to be able to double block the Hive. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. Bros, the guitar in this song, masterful. No! Oh, fuck. How do I feel about the Kolagansko on the side of this deck? I don't. I'm actually DOB on board. Alright, we didn't do much this game. Siren Nemrakul, it's good. Against the Go Blank Gamer? That seems terrible to me. No, bro, it's good, I promise. It's like big and makes you control them, right? How many turns they take? Oh, I guess infinite turns with Time Vault. That's why they take so many turns. Keep. Definitely want to draw a lens of the top. Can I get any more obvious? Oh, let's cut the bad spells. Seems like Plow to Sword Shares is kinda bad. I don't know if I want to go to 0 swords. Just have constructs? I don't need swords in my deck to beat constructs. Well, or do I? They're really good at countering Archon of Emeria. Maybe Mentor too. No, yes, a normal word. I'm disabling it. This is just a word people say. Skade Force. And submit. Jaką torbę oni lecą? Yep, is also a normie word. No. Jebać niebieskich, no ja też nie lubię jak to mi kontrują spele, haha. Ha. Niebiescy to ci z Poznania, ziomuś. I thought niebiescy are the policemen. But maybe I'm not up to date with the slang. They play Fable, we're gonna go Binding Knight of Autumn. If they play Liliana, I'll suffer though. Trespasser, okay. What does moja coca mean? Coca z kokaina. Drugs. Cocaine. They play for free? It's really poor. I think it's too bad to let this slide. We could have Binding the Trespasser and Seb, right? Yeah, but I didn't know if I want to. I mean, I also could have not. I didn't. I guess I only have one white, so I probably should have. I was under the impression I have two white sources, but I don't, so which makes this much weaker. But sometimes in Magic the Gathering, a lesson that Twitch chat learns over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Sometimes you can click card, but you're better off not clicking card. Sometimes you actually just prefer to wait and not click on your card when at the first ability. But like, it's still not clear that I want to click the card. If I draw a land, I can pick up Giganta and Binding, so... Can hardcast Valkyrie without too much trouble in the matchup. Well, I'm pretty sure that my hand did not hardcast Valkyrie without too much trouble. It actually hardcast Valkyrie with much trouble. So, it's really depends on the hand. Maybe I fluster this. What if I fluster this to free mana for my sagas? If they play Saga on 2, I can't fluster that. They have Emox already. Omnath. Fable is good to fix my hand a bit. No chain here. No, I'll sweep next turn. Idly. Which creature do you want to chain? Maybe the Bonkler, but I... for life. The big blood is playing at the Fairy. They don't have Force of Will then. Archon of Emeria. Ah, let's go Archon. Kanister, czy to ty wymyśliłeś te deki? No, I net decked most of the time. Oof, good thing they didn't activate the Manland. Bro. More Fables. Play another one, play another one. Play another free drop. No? Okay. It's gonna be better if they
He's
have
a
a removal
phenomenal
though.
control player.
Hey chat, I have returned to tell you once more about the mythical thing called Twitch Prime. You can sub to one creator a moth for free.
They have a removal for my Fable. Because I have to leave them with a creature and that's really bad for me. They down is really good though. Nice. Dr. Raptor, thank you very much for wisely spending your Twitch Prime in this channel. I appreciate that a lot. Time Twister. Am I supposed to counter this? So odd. Probably. Lavinia. Tap, Lotus, Season Dungeoneer, Lavinia. Tap, Sol Ring, maybe. I guess I don't play Saga then.
He's a phenomenal
I will
control
wait for the
player.
Saga.
Hi Kenny, hope you're well.
I'm pretty well, yeah. Thanks for asking. Initiative is gonna get me the blinds. And by blinds, I mean island. Jaldred. Stake 2. And play Jaldred to play hostage checker to take Jaldred hostage. You can do some funny stuff with reflection Hostage taker. Like this. Nice landing volley. Draw, okay. 18, you gain 2. Damn. End of turn, my copy hostage taker dies and it steals the Jolred again. Żabka as in frog. Yeah, Żabka is the chain of stores that... Convenience stores. Yeah, it's a 7-Eleven. I don't think you can get Nakrehe in Żabka though. My mother's village was Żabowice, no Kappa. That sounds crazy. Alright, we beat Rakdos. Now let's focus on this game. Zięciem twojej matki. Not 0-1 in a challenge. Uncommon canister score. Rare canister W. Vampiric Tutor. That's not a good sign. But also they can't cast Tinker. I guess they'll cast the Time Vault. Okay. Spooky. I don't think I can beat that now. So I just don't have removal in this deck. Okay, Kaneki, I'm going to bed. Good luck with streaming. Damn, this soon? They sing about frogs in this song? No, they sing about the girl from Żabka. So, like, the girl from working at the convenience store and... They're trying to... Yeah, it's about that. Tundra. I'm not sure if Saga is any good in this deck. It's kinda bad. It, like... Just kinda sucks overall. I don't know. Like, hasn't been super bad either, but it's been pretty bad. I flood with this deck a bunch. Blow to Search as well. But I would just play... I don't know, Fragmentize in this deck. I've been lacking an effect like this the entire time. Maybe should have bought it in Needles for Manifold Key, but that seems so old. Oh, Prismatic Ending. But you only have 2 colors of mana plus the Moxen. Maybe Prismatic Ending is okay. But Fragmentizer is cheap against spheres. Prismatic Ending is not too bad against spheres either, because it costs 2 mana versus to kill a sphere too. So it actually has that upside still. If you actually play against artifacts. So I would do that. If I play this deck again, I would try to have some removal. Maybe even I would play Prismatic Ending instead of Swords to Plowshares in the main deck. Is Serenity or Abolish Vintage playable? Serenity is sometimes fine. It's not fine in a deck full of Moxen and Sagas. But Abolish, I would need to check what that card does, because I don't know it. No, Abolish is... like, I would rather play Disenchant than Abolish. I'm pretty sure. Discard a Planescard. That's pretty specific. Cannot even discard a fetch land. And I'm not entirely sure if I vibe with 4 Archon of Emeria in the sideboard, because that feels kind of redundant for the blue matchups, and it doesn't seem to bring much to the table. Because you're kind of a blue deck to yourself too, so it's not that you take that much advantage from them. Against the Saga decks, you don't want it because it's weak versus Saga. It should be, you know, when it resolves, it wins against Doomsday. That's nice. The list I net deck had 2 Teferi Time Ravelers, which I cut one of them. Teferi lets you interact with permanent types, but... nope. What I cut? How is it I click on this part of the screen and cuts an ancestral from my deck? Like, how does that exactly work? I'm always baffled. It's always extremely puzzling as to how that happens. You could play Karn in the deck. Honestly, Karn seems kind of based, but you don't have a wishboard for it, but I guess you're gonna get needles with Karn and Cage. Well. Does she know? I don't get this. Why is that a funny emote? Can you explain it to me? Oh, does he know? Who's that? The Riddler. Paul Dano. It's the Riddler. Bro, so actually I've got no idea, but I'll add it if you want to. Kind of so out of touch with memes, yeah. Does he know the memes? I don't know the memes, actually. On Twitch, I watch There's a recap option, right? Where is the recap option if I want to recap my Twitch experience as a viewer? Oh, I have found the recap, okay. But that's my recap as a streamer. I don't know if I got one as a viewer. Time stream, 2 days, 4 hours. Sounds like little. I think if you go to their Twitch profile, there's a recap thingy. Oh, okay. What's the PT? Yeah. 21,277 chat messages sent this month. You're going to stream half that today, yeah. Crazy, right? 11 streams, yeah, 11 streams because of the PT only. 67 months subscribed total. 67, 2 more months, it's gonna be 69. Top clips from February. How was your day? Solid. Wow, good clip, bros. Pleasure. It was pretty funny to me that somebody used the word pleasure. AI meme too. They're part of the game, Alex. Oh, you motherfucker. That's good. That's true. You do have to be scared of in the US at all times. Well, you don't have to, but you end up. Got 23rd in the Vintage Challenge, which is unexciting but true. DMX 6-0. I wonder if he top deck terminates this tournament. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ah, right, at the very opportune time, right? Haha. Terminates top deck. And we go here. Oh, standings 85 players. That's why we all have guns, because if everyone can have guns, just assume everyone does. Yeah. You don't get it. There's a clip online of the user, Magic Online user DM4X, cheating in a game of Magic the Gathering and shuffling a Terminate on the top of his deck when he needed to top deck it. Then he top decks Terminate and wins a game where had he not top decked it, he would have won. We would have lost, rather. Just had the classic challenge experience. First in the Swiss, immediately killed in the quarterfinals. Wait, what? In the vintage one? It's been like 2 minutes. Oh, modern. Classic. Yeah, it does happen. Tends to happen. Alright, let's take a bathroom break for the next round of Pioneer. And I guess I'll grab another tea to stay hydrated. Micrograms. Is Micrograms always playing hidden strings? Why can I click on the name of a player from here? I can click the name and go to the player's results, but I can't click here. This is such an odd design. They have a wide range. So I guess I'll keep this end. Well, can I still make it back in time? I did, yeah. I got there back in time. Time machine, back in time. Time machine. But if you time machine for love... Oh no, okay, that's good. Non-Lotus. Szpara. Oh, this is Pioneer, yeah. Oh, Gruul, multi 5 Gruul, fine. Band, red, black. Just assemble your Lotus in paper now and everyone hates me at my LGS. Is that related or not? But I'm sorry for you. I didn't want that for you. They didn't play anything. But I would rather bind a boat if they play boat, or even if they draw a 4-drop. Oh wow. Buka's claws are sharp. Hi boss, what will you be playing in Napoli? I don't know, I wanted to net deck a list from the Japanese RC, so I'll have to wait for that deck list to flow. Blue, white, green, red. Fabled Passage. Probably unrelated, I did not consider that option yet, yeah. But I'm hoping you have a good time playing Lotus Field and all is great. Deck lists are available, just don't know which one is winning. Yeah, that's what I meant. I have to wait till the deck lists of the winning players are available so that I know which one to net deck. The RC is important for you, boss. You need to qualify. It's actually not important. I am already qualified for Minneapolis, so I literally don't care. I mean, not that I don't care, but I don't care that much. Like, you know. Yesterday I saw a mono black deck. How was it? Did you have a good time looking at it? Maybe played out the Triumph too many earlier in the game. Hard to say. I think I prefer to gain more life though right now, so then gain more mana, because I have so much mana. I'll fetch in the Runkeep and cycle the Triumph. And the Upkeep to second F6. Oh, Boss Edge is not nothing. Can help against both or a Crown War. What's their best card? It was gonna win, then the opponent had 2 life, played Rafina, attacked, and then they missed the trigger and died. Oh yeah. If we draw a bolt, I don't care. Like, not, I don't think everybody is playing a Crown War main deck, so... It's probably the Crown War. Or Esika's Chariot. Its name... Well, I have Boss Edge for a Crown War, yeah. Let's name Esika's Chariot. I think that's a good top deck for them. And we know they have 3 of them in the deck, almost assuredly. They have 3 Crown Wars. Damn, forgot to click Giganta. Or even worse, doesn't actually play it. I guess Meglos is a good top deck for them because it frees a Meglos and a Chariot. I should have gotten a Forest, probably. They actually draw a Crown War. Should I trade Giganta for this? They have Obliterating Bolts. Let's not trade. New opponent boarding out Storm Seeker. They have 4 of them. It's game 1. How's the Vintage Challenge? It was fine. $26. Or something like that. Where's the courier briefcase when you need it? Yeah. Can plus, or you could not. We could minus on the Last Shrek Beast and play a 1/1. I think I would draw a plus. We got a boat. That's nice. I mean, the event isn't even that good, but I guess the boat is. Okay, so against boats, we board out Slaughter Games and we bring Knight of Autumn and we resubmit. Can you use Giganta mana with Tibalt Emblem to pay for generic cost of other colors? Yes, right? Is Spots a good matchup? I don't know. They mulled to 5, so it was a pretty good game. I flooded. They mulled, I win. So with Giganta and Tibalt Emblem, so what Tibalt says exactly is you may play cards exile of Tibalt and you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast those spells. No, so they still are generic mana costs. I don't think it changes anything with regards to Giganta. But you can play Omnath spending the black mana from Giganta, I think. Yeah, you could tap Giganta to cast and Phyrexian Obliterator. Yeah, you could do that, I think. Send Sax, I'll keep. This deck looks auto loss versus white winning, but you're good, so... Why would it look like an auto loss versus white winning? I have like 8 1 mana removal. I have Omnaths. I mean, seems fine to me. My hand has no blue mana, so the keep was kinda sketchy. Maybe I shouldn't have kept this. But I moved to a low hand size again. Alright, Fable is gonna tie everything together. Well, Youngest Station formulated the question pretty badly, I think, but... Frun. Can just sweep them. What you can do... What you can do is you can cast Phyrexian Obliterator. But you can't play... You can't play Elishnorn. You have to leave them with an elf. That's fine. Which elf should we leave them with? Llanowar or Elvish Mystic? Discuss. Thrun Dice the Sweeper, yeah, great sideboard card. Mystic, okay. I bought it out Slaughter Games. So no, the conservation. Elvish because small bit bicep, yeah, true. Wait, I don't have blue mana. I can't cast Omnath. Oops. I assumed I'm in a better spot than I am. Alright, let's play Elishnorn for a 7 blocker. Next turn can Omnath. With BTL. But I probably should have discarded if Omnath. Did I then bring to light? Maybe not. Or maybe I'll get Valky now. Oh no, it's blue mana too. Fuck. What the hell? What a stupid mana base. Whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 4. Says vigilance, right? Yeah. Next turn. There was also some. I remember there was a question that around Bring to Light and Valky. If you spend like the Valky red manas on Bring to Light, what's the converge amount? But I think the converge amount is what you have actually ended up paying. What an attack. What you gonna do? Fry? Alright, bro. Fried my Elish. Let's play Omnath to gain the life event, like, well, at last. Okay. Nice fry. Well spent. Bro, Elish Nolan is looking kinda hot in this picture. I'll just have to say that. VTuber fan. Nice emote. Point Jutsu after conceding lol. I mean, don't you check? I frequently check my top cards. Is there a relatively consistent combo with cards that require fewer than 8 spots in a deck? Maybe something worth tutoring like gifts. Minomaniac. What are you talking about? What combo? What formats? What deck? Toxic fucker. Yeah, we're doing the arena qualifier. We're 0-2 here. How does the interaction between Elish and Omnath work? It makes Omnath's ability trigger twice. And if you read Omnath's ability, it is clear that the way it works is that there's just gonna be 2 instances of it on the stack, and the first one resolves. You draw 2. First one resolves, you gain a life. Second one resolves, you gain mana. So it just makes you get both life and mana with a single land. It would be better if it would just double them, yeah, for the most part, but it's pretty okay still. Makes 3 games at a time. No, I mean, I'm playing between rounds. Two poison. No, Portal 2 later. We're gonna stall for that. Can you certain green white toxic do standardu? No, it's a limited game. There is an arena open day 1 qualifier right now, so I open a sealed pool and it looks like the constructed sealed deck. Constructed sealed. Well, sometimes I have so much trouble putting my thoughts into words, or rather my thoughts are so all around. But what I mean is that I'm playing sealed right now. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm playing sealed right now. It is not a standard deck. Rips keep getting the bonus. They gain 4 poison, that's very nice. 6 poison. So this is corrupted, pretty strong. With the mites. Oh, free and a 1-3, solid cards. I'll tag them next turn. 2 open mana, too hard for me to process. Fuck you. Bros, this song. It surely makes me feel things. Only Sap should be able to request emotes TBH. No, that sounds like... makes you sound like a cop. No, I guess you're right, Yudaya. You're extremely right. I think we win now, but I must 2 blue mana and I have like 10 times over lethal damage. So many of those. XDDs. Good game. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć, siedem, osiem. Okay, die. You fought over a good hand for match 5. Didn't you say you're going to sleep, or was that somebody else? Like half an hour ago. Victory! Oh, portable, okay. In that case, congrats on your score. Alright, 1-2. We need 7 wins to qualify for day 2. We swiped for $100, so it's actually gonna be okay if we have to re-enter. We have the resources. Keep. You have a Pioneer tourney tomorrow. Would you be inclined to quickly review a decklist for any of his mistakes? Just send the link, yeah. I don't like this land. It looks very similar to the fair Basilica to me. I get confused. I think it's the Basilica plenty of times. Probably should, but I probably could change them, yeah. I guess then I would not get confused. I didn't think of choosing them though. Do I want to trade this for this? I think I don't mind. Yeah, boy, Jesus. Well, this is just a basic land. So that I enjoy all arts, right? There's some nuance to that. Like I like ugly arts. Or I like when it's too much variety. It's a very good draw. We also poison them so the glider works now. The curves on the art look like a bat. It's actually Elish Norn's bat, yeah. This is what it is. It's Elish Norn's ass. Whoa, attacking with this. That's crazy. Oh, it has protection from multicolor. That's crazy too. Because you can kill it with the Fleshig Raptor. One life. Next turn we have a haste 4/4. Which kills them on both accounts. So which do they actually lose the game to? Do they lose the game to damage or to poison first? Is there an order? Victory. And is that relevant in any situation? Probably not, but state-based actions are applied simultaneously. That's crazy, bro. But yeah, look at this. You see what I'm saying? This and this. Identical. It's just the same. You kill them twice, so win the match. That's a good suggestion. And probably true. Nice deck name, thanks. It is literally the Basilica lore. Yeah, I guess it does showcase the Basilica. Can have a Phage avatar. Interesting. Very good hand. I play Forest on turn 1. The reason to play Forest is to not let my opponent know that I don't have Crawling Chorus in my hand, because now they don't know if I drew the planes, right? Maybe I kept no planes Chorus. I think a Raptor to raise. I raise pretty far, pretty fast. Doesn't seem very advantageous for me to block. And they deal some poison, but Diffis is no poison, so it's just the life points I'm worried about. It's relevant because if you Earthquake for a lot while other points at 0 life with a Phyrex and Unlife in play, the game ends and they draw. It's crazy. Alright, I guess I won't attack. I don't know. I think I have to play the 4 mana Ripskiff. Alright, I guess I don't attack. I do not attack this turn. I will block with Ripskiff. I congratulate you, Chochi Adam, on your new best time in your speedrun. Are you the world champion now? Of Hollow Knight? Not even the world champion? Come on. The toxic animation is so sludgy. O kurwa, jestem trochę jebany. No. Do I dream in both languages? I don't know if I dream in a language. I'm not sure people dream in a language. I just dream, bro. Dead. Well. Dead. Are all of your dreams about mimes? I never dreamed about a mime. Ah, we did not get there. Do I remember my dreams? Well, after waking up for a moment, and then if I put some effort into remembering them, then yeah. Like, I think it's like that for everyone. Should we play best of 1 or best of 5? Best of 3. Best of 3 you can't lose at all. You can lose games, but not matches. You have to win 4 matches. I'll never go 4-0. I think I read that best of 1 is like better odds of getting there. Yeah, it's also way more convenient. We got Blue Sun's Twilight and Evolved Spinoderm. Gap is terrible. This again. Apparatus isn't playable. Zenith Chronicler is a failure card. Two Planar Disruptions. Let's look instant, not instant, uncommon. So power uncommons. Twitch chat, please subscribe. Yeah, well put. Necrosquito. The Mana Dork. Mir. This. Don't forget your Chronicler trigger. What? Oh yeah, the Zenith Chronicler trigger, yeah. Don't forget it because some people out there are vicious and they will never let you trigger it. Lands, we have 2 spheres. Gold, we have the Blade Whip. It's a base card. From artifacts, we've got Prophetic Prism, Mirror Convert, Zenith Chronicler. This actually lets you like fix your mana, but I don't know if I should do that in limited. We could splash pretty easily across all of those. In white, we've got 2 Planar Shlanar. Not much else. We don't have toxic creatures for the Raptor. So it's just the disruptions and the whip, I think. From truly important cards. White looks really good though, does it? I don't think it does look really good. This cards are kind of disjointed. In blue, we've got 2 Eyes of Malcator again, which is almost useless. We've got the Twilight. Twilight's the only card I actively want to play, and I guess Gitaxian Drake. Raptor. Besides that, I don't want any of those cards. Black, 2 Anoint with Affliction, Necrosquito, 2 Gross Spellbomb, Testament Bearer, Shit Combat Trick. Could splash Annoyance, maybe. In red, we've got the Rabble, Slash, shitty 2-drops, nice 3-drop, medium 2 3-drops. Crescendo. This. Not that much in red. In green, we've got the Mana Dork, 2 fights. Mantis, Blastoderm, Predation Steward. I don't know, bros. All of those colors kind of suck. So I want to play Planar Disruptions. I want to play the Bladehold War Whip. I can play this, this, and this to splash whatever I want to. Maybe even this. I think Ripskiff kind of suck. It sucked for me. We can play base green and then we can play the Scrap Gorger too. To fix further. And Passing Roots to splash all the colors. Okay. I don't know if Carnivorous Canopy should be main decked. Or the Adaptive Spore Singer. That does not seem like it fits my deck. In red we have X-Gold Slash. I don't know, not really much that's very splashable. But we want to splash the Bladeheart War Whip, so we might splash the Slash anyways. In black we can play Annoyance, Necromosquito. That makes the proliferating guy a bit better. Can play the Charforger anyways, because it's red, yeah. This is a decent value creature. Could play the Draw School Bombs, but we'll see. In blue, we want to play a Twilight. It's double colored. Could play Divination and the Raptor, assuming that mana does not stop me from anything. And in white, we really want to play the Disruptions and the Bladehold War Whip, but not much besides that. Is this really like the best deck to build from this? What do you think, chat? We got removal. Yes, it's the best deck. You have draw School Bomb Necrosquita as your win con. You could play the Engulfer. Not sure if you want to. You have the Spinal there, which is a creature that's gonna die, so not sure how good it's gonna actually be, but it's probably fine enough. Probably don't want to play 2 Atlases. How many creatures we've got? We've got 12 creatures plus a bit more. Thanks to the Bladehorde War Whip, etc. I'm not sure if I play 2 Ruthless Predations and I have all the removal. I'm not sure if I play Zenith Chronicler, because I play Rainbow cards myself. I got 17 lands, so you cut down a land. So you got 1 plains, 2 island, 1 swamp, 1 mountain. So you can play 1 more source of any color. Maybe I play this. Probably not. You have to have 9 or more lands, and I only have 6. Not sure if I really have the late game in this deck. I don't have much card advantage. This is double white. Let's play under School Bomb and 15 lands. Well, that's kind of crazy. But we have like Dune Mover and Fasting Roots, so that's 70 lands. Is it really worth splashing all the colors? I don't know. I mean, it looks like it's free. Let's go. Let's go, chatters. How much time we've got? 1 more match. Well, not much time. Let's LFG, yeah. Bradley Michael Farts. Very nice name. Keep 7. We have the Mir Convert, so we've got all the colors. Too bad we didn't get a sphere from every color to actually play Monument to Perfection. Dude put his actual name on Arena. Well, we can't really know if that's the actual name. Sure sounds like it though. What happened? We won something on Moda? We won something? What's that? It's 5 chests and 300 points for the Vintage Challenge. Very nice. Let's go with Necrosquito. I'll just BK taking 2 damage every game, every 10 from the Mir Convert. Why not? Thrill of Possibility. Never see people play that card, but on Arena, I guess everyone just jumps it. Oh no, they're hacking proliferating. I don't know, I'll play the Charforger. Seems close. Get out of my swamp. Alright, give back Necrosquito. Damn, the oil counter animation, pretty cool. Cool stuff. I guess I'll kill the Geth. To attack with Charforger. Nice, says opponent. Well, very nice, yeah. Song is so good, whoever suggested it has my appreciation. I thought you're just gonna be the one who requested it. To make it comical that you're actually uploading yourself. Sometimes people do that. 5 mana. Untap land, okay. Foresta. Scythe and Gulfa. You think my opponent is ready for my 5th color? 8 life paid by Mir Convert. Every single life point crucial. And I'm gonna pay 2 more for the Hexcall Slash because I don't have a mount. See, my opponent is an oil counter collector. 4 counters on the cultivator already. No ace. Guess you want to block, but USA will invade him soon for all the oil. Yeah, I was waiting for the joke. Good one. Maybe a little oil. I just died. I have my decklist ready for the review, Mr. Streamer. Okay. We have a round in 1 second though, so that will take precedence. Then show it on screen and then everyone else is going to judge it. I'll be back in a second. Jace. 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 Narset Teferi. Okay. Why do you play Unraveler of Secrets? That does not seem on par with the rest of the cards. Maybe it's okay. Well, the control deck, you have random answers. Does not strike me as immediately unplayable. Does not strike me as immediately impressive. Very hard to say something substantial. One of Days Undoing can be okay with 2 Narset. Think so. It's not super great though. I think we moved this because Giganta. Well, we just have bad mana. We really need to draw a dual land or a triumph over the top. I think the 1 Days Undoing is fine. It's just, well, it's a pretty bad card to draw outside of the combo. You only have 2 Narsets, but also it does not scale well in multiples. So I don't hate playing 2. I would probably like try to still play 3 Narset or something so that your card actually makes sense in your deck. Because with 3 Narset, that's actually a large enough amount that you can plan on finding one and sticking one. Should I keep this, chat? Tell me. I need your help. Should I keep this or should I mold this? What should we do? Mool. Alright, I'll get some mool. Yeah. This is better. This is better, yeah. Put back Omnath. No, mool, this one I keep, bros. Still no green in my hand, so Caryatid is a bad draw, unfortunately. But is 5 mana Ashok less bad than the 5 mana Jace? Actually, not clear to me. Mool 11 times out of 5. Remember, you get to mool. Okay. Sack. Sack. I could have maybe chained the cat to prevent daily dispute on 2. Chain the cat like Noxy. What the fuck? I don't think I've seen chained cats much. With 2, change the rocks. I think we take the oven. Can maybe try to chain the unlucky witness, prevent the card draw. Chain the cat too. If they play devil, we can chain the devil. If they play fable, I'll cry. Good draw. Okay, so let's play change the rocks. Seems like they're F6ing. Yeah. So I don't know if I want to chain the cat. Honestly, I will, because I'm just gonna be bleeding life points. And ideally, I draw a land to summon Omnath next turn. So even if they play Fable, I would want to play the Omnath. Yeah, they didn't play the Fable because they got stuck on the Hive. Okay, Zonder's launch. At least that lets me cast Dromnav next turn. You never watched Sami's Foy? I never watched, actually. I never watched that, that's true. Another Fable. Music's too loud. Test. Should be fine. No. As long as I don't forget to speak into the mic. Many times when you have trouble hearing me, it's because I'm actually mumbling very quietly. If I get closer to the mic and speak with more clarity, and actually open my mouth, it's much easier to hear. Okay, discarded the Cauldron Familiar anyway, so my chained kind of wasted. No reason not to block except for Mayhem Devil. Let's not block. Because I would like to draw a land, keep Omnath, and play Deadly Vanity, keep my Omnath. No kurwa no, where logic? Why has to be like this? Why is so bad? Aren't you worried about getting BTF'd by Field of Ruin, stacking those enchantments? Most of the creature decks don't run Field of Ruin. If people play Field of Ruin, they mostly don't have creatures in their deck. Don't want to bind Reflection? Well, not sorcery speed. I'm fucked. I'm gonna be dead to the hype of the Eye Tyrant. After the sweeper, so we can't win this. I mean, I'd say it's not better for me, I still die. Go to 2 and die to this. My out is to draw Omnath into Fabled Passage into... Or I guess Fabled Passage is my out. We BTL for Omnath. Draw Fabled Passage of the trigger, play Fabled Passage. Go to 6, play this Deadly Vanity, kill, 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 keep Omnath. What are the tougher matchups for this deck? I was not sure exactly. I think Sacrifice might be kinda tricky. TBH. Whoa! Bros. Sacrifice is an easy matchup. I have 2 black in play and don't need to wish for 4. So I guess I want another green, but I can't get that, so I'll get whatever. Mountain, plains, same thing. Holy guacamole. Barely survived. Keep the Omnath. I think makes sense to keep Omnath. Clip that. Any clippers? Could activate the Hive. Okay. Or next turn, they can activate the Hive. Land. Land's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tap land. Pow. Your move. Well, I took Giganta because if I play Giganta, I can block the Hive of the Eye Tyrant, so it seems better than the Valky. Or they pinged me. They drew push? No, come on. Bro. This deck is really weak against manlands. We don't really have ways to... Like, Omnath is really... Is how you need to stabilize against the manlands. That was so rough. The pusher only draw. We are now at 3 life. We need to tap deck another Omnath into a land. Ah, that's not it. Not it. Yeah. Damn. We got lucky, but not lucky enough. I think I want 1 Rest in Peace. 1 Night of Autumn. No Slaughter Games. I don't know if I want Elesh now. It stops the cards, but it doesn't do too much actually. Besides that.